Your Excellencies, Swedish Prime Minister Kristersson, Egyptian Minister for Water Resources and Irrigation Savilam, members of the Swedish delegation, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. You are all here and welcome, together with everyone following this event online, to the inauguration of Sweden's COP27 pavilion. My name is Johan Larsson. I'm the CEO of Business Sweden, the Swedish Trade and Invest Council. We are not only responsible for running this pavilion together with the companies and authorities that are our partners here. With 42 offices across the globe, Business Sweden also works very closely with many companies to take their products and services out from Sweden to the growing global market for climate-smart solutions. Half a year ago, at the Stockholm Plus 50 meeting, Egypt's Minister for Environment, Dr. Yasmin Fouad, said that the COP27 welcomed all solutions and innovations that have been implemented and could be transferred into developing countries in the global fight against climate change. Swedish companies have many of those solutions. Many of them were virtually unthinkable just a few years ago, like battery-driven passenger airplanes, fossil-free steel, autonomous and electrified transport system, molecular recycling, turning waste handling into raw material supply, and amazing AI and big data-driven analysis tools that will change how both people and corporates evaluate and take action against climate change. Others of those innovations may be less breathtaking, like manufacturing efficiency, but all are just as important. In short, the insights are here, the products and services exist. We can start to outline many of the solutions. Now they just need to find the market. That will not happen by itself. It will take continued innovation that makes a real difference. It will take policies and global agreements that move us from talk to action. It will take financial solutions that can enable the implementation. One of those pillars are not enough. Two is not enough. Companies need all three: innovation, policy, and finance to be able to pioneer the possible and continue to be the engine of the necessary change. Or actually, three pillars are not enough either. We also need collaboration. That is what this stage and this pavilion is all about. We will host more than 60 events at this stage over the coming 2 weeks. We will showcase best practice. We will exchange industry knowledge. We will team up to drive development faster. As it says here below me, between the steps, let's make the green transition the greatest collab in human history. Not because it's fun, but because that is the only way that we can drive development fast enough. The time is now, the race is on, the target is set 1.5 degrees. So without any further ado, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome Sweden's Prime Minister, Mr. Ulf Kristersson, up on stage. Welcome, Ulf.
Thank you so much, Jan Larsson. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here today, really. It's a great pleasure for me to represent Sweden at the COP27 meeting. The world is coming together with a sense of urgency necessitated by the climate crisis. The ability to demonstrate the potential of growth and prosperity while simultaneously achieving net zero emission will be the key for a rapid green transition. That goes for Sweden, that goes for all other countries as well. Our high ambitions is for Sweden to be climate neutral by 2045. Our way to get there will be by the groundbreaking potential of the Swedish business community that Jan just spoke about, at the forefront in developing new and climate-smart technologies, products and services. I don't think I can emphasize enough how important it is for us in government positions to be a proactive partner in the green industrial revolution. Government has to play its role. We cannot play business role, but we have to play our role. As our industries develop fossil-free steel, new carbon-free mining techniques, or world-leading battery factories and electric trucks. We cannot do that, but we can create good preconditions for all that. We have an obligation to deliver on clean energy, electrification and transportation, securing the supply of raw materials, including critical metals, and standing up for rules-based international order. Globalization will be a big part of the green transition. Trade, cross-border investment, and joint endeavors are essential to unlocking the benefits for the green transition. As we reduce our own emissions at home and increase our export of climate-neutral goods and services, we are also contributing to reduced emissions globally. Sweden is and will continue to be a steadfast provider of finance for climate action. In my statement of government policy exactly 3 weeks ago, I announced increased and more efficient climate finance. We are truly grateful to our Egyptian hosts for facilitating these discussions, and we are here to make real progress. By seizing the opportunity that innovation and technology offers, we will be able to strengthen our societies and grow our economies in a sustainable way, and we will be able to look optimistically to the future. Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for a very inspiring speech. I now have the great honor to first thank the Egyptian government for hosting this conference and also welcome the Egyptian Minister for Water Resources and Irrigation, Minister Hani Savilam, up on stage. Minister, you're more than welcome.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to welcome all of you in Egypt, the sunny country, and the very big event, and which I hope you will enjoy it. Before I speak, I didn't prepare much for a speech, but I will try to use the key words and also make use of this gathering, very important gathering. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you all for organizing this important event and having us here and being in Egypt. So first of all, I would like to thank the CEEEW for the Swedish government agency for development and cooperation for the great effort and long-standing cooperation in this country and all the projects that we have been doing here in Egypt, also in the water area with CEEEW. CEEEW is a strategic partner for us. We do a lot of projects with them. The next door here is the water pavilion that they are partner among many other partners with us, which we hope you will enjoy it. We're not competing, but we are collaborating, as it was said before. I also would like to stress on the role of the Swedish business in not only in Egypt, but also in the entire Africa. Because in Africa, I think we will try to make this COP an African COP with more focus on implementations and actions on the ground. That's why we will launch the AWARE initiative, Actions for Water Adaptation and Resilience, with main focus on Africa. And we really need the business, the Swedish business. And as you said, the green business is very important for solving water scarcity in Africa, solving issues like food security for Africans, eradicating poverty as one of the most important SDGs, or the first SDG. So all of that need business, cooperation, and finance. And I'm sure the three will exist in collaboration with the Swedish business and the Swedish government. I wish you all the best in this event. We will be looking forward for more intensive discussion and attending more of your events. Also, you are welcome to attend the other events on the other side, which is also Sweden is part of, and wish you all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Savilam. Not only are we grateful for you hosting this, but especially given the Swedish autumn, grateful for the Egyptian sun, as you said. As I said before, political and financial solutions are not going to be enough. We also need innovation. Therefore, I'm very glad to welcome up on stage the General Director of Vinnova, the Swedish innovation agency, Darja Isaksson.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Imagine being a time traveler. Imagine starting in January 2020, arriving here today at the inauguration of the COP27. What would your reflections be? Would you even recognize yourself? Since then, we've lived through a global pandemic, only to find ourselves in a situation where global supply chains, food systems, and entire societies are under pressure due to a combination of challenges, varying from geopolitical tensions, war, energy crisis, soaring prices, and extreme weather events. We are reminded now on a daily basis that the challenges of our time are global, complex, and highly interlinked, and that this, from now on, is our new normal. We are now living in a time of radical uncertainty, challenging every leader and every organization moving forward. Radical uncertainty combined with a very certain urgency to act. We know we're working towards hard deadlines. These deadlines are set by the planet. We cannot negotiate with the planet. We need to transform. We need to transform every value chain, every city, every consumption pattern into something sustainable that lives safely within planetary boundaries, and we need to do it in a socially sustainable way. This transformation can be done. It must be done. And the important thing is to remember that even though we are yet not on track, the transformation has begun. As in the last couple of years, our joint ability to identify gaps and opportunities, as well as collaborations that can really make a difference, has increased. It's becoming stronger through increased maturity in how we measure impact and report progress, driven by committed organization, ambitious policy, and enabled by innovations in harvesting data and analytics. We're gaining momentum also through increased impact investments, as awareness of both risks and opportunities is growing among investors of all kinds. Cities are working together to drive transformation from the ground, engaging citizens, using city planning, electrification, as well as natural climate solutions to pursue net zero goals, and at the same time make our cities more resilient to climate change, as well as greener and healthier places to live. And perhaps most importantly, the number of highly innovative companies that put driving this transformation at the core of their business is rapidly growing. It's growing because businesses understand this is where the future demand will be. And as a result, we're now seeing new value chains, new ecosystems delivering on the promises of fossil-free steel, fossil-free energy systems, fossil-free mobility, sustainable food systems, a more circular economy, and more. This should give us all hope, because now we see in practice that we as a global community have begun to act. We have begun to act on the understanding that investing our resources wisely is to invest in a future that opens up opportunities for prosperity for both people and planet, today as well as tomorrow. So I'm very proud to say that I know that many leaders in this transformation will be presenting for you here at the Swedish Pavilion in the upcoming days and weeks. So it's truly an honor to be part of this inauguration, and I wish you all ambitious, action-oriented discussions, agreements, and plans moving forward from today and onward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Director. Then it's my true honor to welcome the Prime Minister back up on stage to do the formal say the formal words.
This is actually my very first inauguration as Prime Minister. I have to say that. Well, it might be the case, it's not the last one. So allow me and give me the privilege to formally open and inaugurate the Swedish Pavilion at COP27. Thank you.
Had I only thought about that, I would have a band and scissors and stuff and made this a little more kind of memorable. But thank you so much for opening this stage. We will now turn into the next phase of the inauguration by focusing on those 4 pillars mentioned: innovation, policy, finance, and collaboration. And first we will ask the question what we can expect from these negotiations at the COP27. And I can think of absolutely no one in the world better to guide us through that discussion than the Swedish chief negotiator and head of the delegation to the UNFCCC, Mattias Frumerie.
Thanks, John. That's quite some pressure, so no one else to guide you through that. Quite a crowd here. It's so good to see. Prime Minister, dear colleagues, friends, such a pleasure to be here with you today and to be able to share with you the pioneering the possible spirit, which we so badly need also at this COP. As you know, COP27 takes place in a rather grim global outlook with the consequences of the Russian invasion, energy crisis, food crisis, and a debt crisis for many developing countries. So we have some challenges to face here during our 2 weeks in Sharm el-Sheikh, but I think that's also when we especially need this kind of spirit, which we're seeing so evident here in the Swedish pavilion, to share these kind of examples which Swedish business can offer. And as you know, these kind of challenges that we're facing, they come on top also on the climate crisis, which already are putting countries under strain and pressure in meeting those kind of weather-related climate disasters, for example, which we've been seeing examples of just recently. So we need to go faster, we need to go do this together, and what we would see from the EU side and from Sweden as a key outcome from COP27 is what we call the mitigation work program, setting a course for this critical decade in how we need to transform our societies and building on the elements which are so evident here in the Swedish pavilion on finance, on policy, and on innovation. What we want to see in the mitigation work program is a space for all countries to come together to share best practice, share good examples, and also sort of set timeframes for when we need to see the transitioning happening. And a key part of this, of course, is finance. And if apologies, going slightly into the negotiation process, but we were quite disappointed from the EU side when we couldn't get an agreement to have financing as one of the key elements on the agenda, what we call the 2.1c in the Paris Agreement, where we committed to, as parties, to transform financial flows to make it possible both to meet the temperature goal and the adaptation goal. Hopefully, COP27 will be an opportunity to socialize what we want to see at COP28 then on the agenda when it comes to transforming financial flows. Of course, we're also looking into the wider parts of the agenda on adaptation, on finance, and of course on loss and damage, which has been getting a lot of attention throughout for the past couple of months. And in all of this, I see Swedish business actors as key partners and facilitators of the transition that each country needs to do. So if there's one place you need to come during your 2 weeks here in Sharm el-Sheikh, it's here to the Swedish pavilion to get that kind of inspiration on how you can accelerate your transition in your particular country. And to discuss this further with me during the next couple of minutes, I'm proud to invite up on stage 4 distinguished panelists who will share their perspectives on making this transition happen faster and in a just way. So first of all, Jesper Brodin, who is CEO of Ingka Group. Also Professor Dr. Johan Rockström, who is Director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact and Research. Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, who is the founder and CEO of the Council of Energy and Environment and Water. And finally, Cheng, who is the deputy head of COP27 delegation of the Taiwan Youth Climate Coalition. I think we're actually sharing the stage on that side. So we're squeezing together. Let's give them a big hand. So, and you all have a mic, excellent. Great to see you here. So let's start with going around the small table we have here. And let's start with you, Jesper. How do you see the role of COP from a private sector perspective, and what do you hope that COP27 can deliver?
Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation and thanks for the inspiring and the determination in your intro speech here. So we are here. We see three things at this COP. In a way, you can say that Glasgow was a breakthrough because the world got to a 2.5 degree or thereabouts commitment. But as we all know, that's simply not good enough. So number one is to contribute to and encourage every actor, governments and companies, to basically make sure that we get to a 1.5 plan. Secondly, more and more, we as a corporate sector, I would say less and less we discuss the commitments and pledges. We talk about solutions, about the actions that needs to be put in place in order to deliver. So a lot of the efforts for us here is actually to discuss how do we make it happen. And that leads me to the third point. We stand before some system shifts that we need to basically, we can't ring fence that around a company or a government, but we need to be together in order to tackle energy, circularity, and a couple of more system shifts to make that possible in time. So how to make that with the collaboration and unity is part of the agenda as well.
Thanks, Jesper. And Johan, listening to Jesper and also sort of looking around from your perspective, are we making progress on the Paris targets?
Yeah, thanks. No, unfortunately, the assessment is very clear. We're not making progress. We're meeting here, as Prime Minister Kristersson pointed out, in the midst of a climate crisis. As Jesper points out, but also Darja, that we have multiple challenges simultaneously threatening the pace of change, while at the same time, we don't only have the solutions, but we have so much evidence that the outcomes will give better modern welfare and better justice and equity for the future of humanity. So I think the key recognition at COP27 is to realize that from Glasgow until here, we have all the pledges, we have all the negotiated text in place, but we're not delivering. This is the moment for action, for acceleration. And how do we enable the, let's call it the Swedish narrative, to become a mainstream narrative? I mean, that's the big challenge today, to show that a pathway to decarbonization is a pathway towards prosperity, resilience, security, independence, but also towards managing less climate impacts and less misery coming out of the disasters of climate extremes hitting the loss and damage agenda. So to somehow really make this the lever of change. Remember that so far all the positives we have on renewable energy, the exponential rise on battery technology and all the good solutions, they're still not bending the curve. We're still gradually continuing on coal, gas and oil is just increasing in the world. So we're just meeting the additionalities so far. We're not really having a systems transition. And that I hope can be really at the heart of the discussions here.
Thank you. And Arunabha, listening also then to what Johan said on, I mean, of course I'm partial here, sort of, or biased rather, but sort of, is it possible to make sort of the Swedish message the mainstream message? I mean, how do you see for the possibility for emerging economies to merge both climate action with economic growth?
First of all, many thanks for having me here. Good morning to everyone. I think in one word, if Glasgow was about ambition, then in Sharm el-Sheikh it should be about accountability. And we all have to hold ourselves accountable. And that's not just a north versus south issue, east versus west issue. We're all failing to deliver on what we have promised. Now, the question about the narrative, the point that Johan made, I think fits very neatly with actually what emerging economies, developing countries also want. The narrative from our perspective is a deal for development, but a deal for green development, a deal for sustainable development. So the point is that we've got to make sure that we not only internalize that now it is possible to deliver more growth in your incomes while being more and more resource efficient by using more and more clean energy, but also that the investment that will be needed for it will be available when it is needed, not 5 years later, 10 years later, because that's the time we don't have. Number 3, that resilience is embedded in this deal, because there's no point building infrastructure that's going to get washed away by an extreme weather event. And number 4, and you talked about it, and you talked about it so much about the 4th pillar of collaboration. Just a few months ago, the Stockholm Environment Institute and my organization CEEW, we released the scientific report at the Stockholm Plus 50 conference. I see Inga Anderson here. Thank you for your leadership, Inga. And one paradigm that we put forward there was technology co-development. That we pool resources, human, technical, financial, that we jointly develop the technologies of the future, that we jointly co-own the intellectual property, that we develop projects in each other's territories so we can adapt the technology into the local circumstances, but give everyone a stake in this green economy of the future. I think that's very consistent with the Swedish narrative, and I think it's consistent with the Deal for Development narrative.
Thanks, and I think that sort of speaks also to the voices from our final panelist here, Ellen. This opportunity to bring all the voices on board, and also the theme of accountability. I mean, what are your expectations from COP27?
Yes, thank you for raising this question. And I'd also like to first of all extend my thanks to the Sweden Pavilion for inviting me to this wonderful event. I think I would say that my expectation would be, or my demanding to the COP27 summit is that we demand meaningful participation of the youth society. And so I think that youth participation and involvement in negotiation process and the decision-making process is it should be prioritized in the agenda of UNFCCC, and also to our own government, Taiwanese government. I would demand urgent climate legislation reform to be prioritized in our policy agenda. And I also demand all governments and institutions to fully take your responsibility and environmental obligations as a party or a country. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen. And Jesper, coming back to you, I mean, and also listening to your fellow panelists here, and sort of maybe picking up also on the theme of accountability, which is something we hear very often in negotiations, and increasingly so. We're making all these commitments. We're saying that we're going to have targets for various sort of reaching targets in like 2030 and 2045, 2050. How do you see the role of the private sector here, and how can we be maybe further in collaboration between the private and the public sector?
So I think, first of all, thanks to the other panelists. It's good to get back together and get that dose of reality and sense of urgency. I would say, from a corporate perspective, first of all, I would like to say this is not only, in our perspective, a pledge or a plan. This is actually reality today. So if you look at the IKEA Scope 3 value chain, we have, since Paris, we have been able to grow our business in spite of the incredible challenges we have all experienced, by 17% since our Paris pledge. And we have absolute reduction of carbon by 6 to 7% approximately. So that is one proof point that decoupling growth and carbon is not only, I would say, possible, but it's absolutely financially the right thing to do, the smart thing to do. So again, this is not about charity. It could be, but it's predominantly about defining the new economy, where being resource smart and climate smart is also the cost and business smart. So again, the economic models that we are in the transition, and we're having some painful moments to get through, it's the opposite. For corporates not to be on the forefront of that transition, not to invest, would not only mean that you risk to damage your brand in the sense of co-workers, customers, but you would actually miss the opportunity to be on the economic upside of it. And I think that needs to be spoken much more about. The examples of that needs to be brought forward. The example of, like in our case, a company joining now with World Economic Forum, 123 big companies, collectively having a carbon footprint the size of, would it be a country, the third biggest of the world, with CEOs, boards that are committed to this. That are basically deep into not only planning, but doing the actions that are necessary. And then we can talk about what are the challenges, the barriers, and the things that could help us get to the place we want to be faster. But I would say the corporate side is much more onto this, much more delivering to the agenda already than what we might think.
And Johan, sort of listening to Jesper, how could we maybe then sort of transform that, the commitments that we're seeing from business and sort of this, not only making the pledge but also making the plan? Is that something which we could transform into? How do we inspire governments to sort of to take the same kind of steps?
Yeah, absolutely, and not only inspiring governments, putting pressure on governments. To be honest, I think what Jesper is sharing here is basically the role model for the world. We will never succeed in solving the climate crisis as long as it's a sacrifice, as long as some kind of backing off from economic development. We need to be able to show that investing in a decarbonized, resilient future is the pathway to success. It's a pathway to competitiveness. It's a pathway to a modern society. Sweden has a full-scale co-lab, or I would call it a full-scale laboratory, showing the world, as a small economy, but showing the world that decarbonizing will give us a much better modern society, will be a disproportionately large influence in the world, and that is what has to happen, because otherwise we will never be able to shift the big systems in the world. But let me just then come back to the pressure on policy here. What I think the private sector needs is, apart from very clear targets and clear regulatory means, to set science-based targets and set the pathway very clearly. 1.5 is not some kind of desired political goal. It is a physically based planetary boundary. Go beyond it, and we're likely to, irreversibly commit the Greenland ice sheet, the West Antarctic ice sheet, all coral reef systems in the world, and the boreal permafrost thawing for all future generations, just irreversibly sliding away. So we have to keep away from 1.5. It requires 5 to 7% emission reductions every year. The path is set. Policy needs to help us to set it really tightly. But remember, and that's what is so inspiring with this pavilion, with all the nature kind of figured here, we also have scientific evidence that even if we decarbonize the world economy, we will still fail on Paris if we don't keep the carbon stocks and sinks in nature intact. So I think businesses are really demanding to get clear science-based targets also for biodiversity, for freshwater, for land, for nitrogen, for phosphorus. And if policy can guide that and really put that in place, that will be a lever for even more innovation and pathways to a safe landing.
And Arunabha, what's definitely worth an applause. What do you think that Sweden and other partner countries can do to support emerging economies in the kind of transition which Johan is pointing to?
So first of all, I want to draw our attention to about 50 years ago, when across the world the Green Revolution began, right? At that time, and just taking the analogy from what Johan was talking about, the message was not that to deal with hunger, stop eating. The message was, we've got to have a different kind of agricultural system. But the way the Green Revolution spread was not that there was one country where the innovation was happening. We built up a network of collaborations, centers of research, experimentation at scale that helped to spread it. Now, of course, we know there have been severe challenges with that kind of intensive agriculture. So now we need a new green revolution, a green energy revolution, a green food revolution, a green mobility revolution. And the way to do this is that we think about not just the policy alignment, the ambitions that we get at a COP, but the nuts and bolts of it. The nuts and bolts of it is finance and investment. And there's a difference between finance and investment. How can public finance leverage larger volumes of private investment? If you look at the OECD numbers right now, private investment that's being counted as climate finance is 1/5 of public finance. The ratio should be inverse. Number two, as I mentioned earlier, we need to have these joint projects. So collab in Sweden versus collab in India versus collab in Vietnam. We've got to create these networks of research collaborations. But there's one more element to this. While we have policy, finance, technology, and innovation, what we still are not paying attention to is lifestyles. And if we don't bring in behavioral change, we will continue to have this human hubris that technology can save us all. We've got to reduce our footprints. Every one of us. We've got to change our lifestyles. We've got to decide what is it, the next shirt you're buying, the next flight you're taking, the next phone you're choosing to purchase. Unless we internalize that we are at 1.6 planets of consumption currently, what are we talking about in terms of the future? So I would urge you that while we focus on investment and on finance and on technology and the hard stuff that you can cut ribbons with, there is something that is far more internal to each one of us. I urge you to have a pact, as the Secretary General said to me in an interview just a few weeks ago, have a pact between the global north and the south on this issue.
And Ellen, is that something which sort of resonates also, do you think, with the youth constituency on sort of the change of lifestyles as well? And I mean, and how do you bring those kind of messages across here at COP27?
Thank you. So TWYCC, we attend in Conference of the Youth before COP every year. And on the Conference of Youth, we would collaborate with different organizations, especially the youth-led climate groups. Like we have established an Asian Youth Climate Network. It's built with other organizations like NGOs from Japan, Korea, Singapore, and the Philippines, etc. And this year we have launched a climate fiction project to shoot a video climate street performance together. And we combine climate fiction with climate art together, and hopefully this can raise the awareness in in Taiwan or outside in different Asian countries. Thank you.
Thanks. And so we're wrapping up. So just if you would be able now to provide 3 words of wisdom and encouragement or direction for what you want to see coming out from COP27. Jesper.
3 words. Okay. I would say optimism. I say 2 words. Optimism and action would be the 2 words I would add.
Good.
No, get serious now.
Thank you.
Ambition, action, accountability.
Thanks. And Ellen?
Meaningful participation, involvement.
That's great. And I would say pioneer the possible. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, Mattias. All the best to you.
Thank you.
And now I have the pleasure to hand over the floor to Marie Trogsam, who is from the Confederation of Swedish Business as Head of Department for Sustainability and Infrastructure. Please, Marie.
So, thank you, Mattias. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Swedish Pavilion, and this time for the session on the role of... I'm getting good guidance here on the microphone. Thank you so much. So, welcome everyone, and this session is about the role of policy to actually enable companies to drive with competitive but also innovative solutions together with new strategic partnerships for the green transition to happen. And as we heard our Prime Minister and also our previous speakers so wisely pointed out, we need to speak about the preconditions, in this term that policy-wise, how we can actually make sure to have a long-term sustainable economic growth to drive, and of course our Swedish companies are really pioneering here, and also a major part of the just transition, I would say. So to support me here, I have now the privilege to welcome 3 distinguished panelists onto the stage. And I will now see if I have the pleasure of the Executive Director of UN Environment Program here, Inger Andersson. Please, you are so welcome. And then we have Boaz Paldi, Chief Creative Officer for United Nations Development Program. And also Eija Hietavu, the Vice President Corporate Affairs for Tetra Pak. So welcome on stage. Thank you. all welcome. And may I please start with you, Inger Anderson? Sure. And we are, of course, speaking about the solutions to the climate crisis. And usually we speak a lot about finance, so we'll hear more about that. But then when it comes to policy, we need to emphasize that as well. And may you please elaborate on your views on that?
Well, at UNEP, we are sort of responsible for holding up the science to the world. But science is only science. It has to roll into policy. And when it rolls into policy and enables that, because science tells us A, B, C, therefore we have to do X, Y, Z, that's when financing opens up. Financing doesn't just come because it thinks it's a neat idea. Yes, some entrepreneurial CEOs will do that, but the way to create the systemic is to have a good science policy to finance interface. That's what the world is calling for. And we see that, you can enable policies on polluter pays. And when you do that, you know that, all of a sudden, the pollution will be reduced. You can enable policies on reduced emissions. And when that happens, well, all of a sudden, certain renewables, certain vehicles, certain behaviors will shift. You can ban smoking. I mean, the point is that policies matter. And so what we are seeing is, however, that there is often a lag. Science has been telling the story that mercury or lead in petrol was dangerous for 100 years. But it was only August 2021 that the last pump pumped the last gas or petrol into the last car in the last country. And we finally got rid of that. So the story is also about how do we expedite from science to policy to finance. And this is where conversations such as this really matter, because the incentivization, the awareness is important. And here we'll say, politicians who put up their hands and say, I want to lead my country, you have a responsibility. You cannot just say, I got my 4-year term and all is good, and what I want to do is to get re-elected. No, you have a responsibility also to the next generation and the one after that. And that means sometimes making difficult policy decisions because they might seem difficult in the first round, but in the longer run, they're absolutely what will lead to the right actions, to the kind of jobs, to the kind of economy we want to be.
Thank you so much for that. And now turning over to Boaz Faldi, you have actually launched the Don't Choose Extinction campaign. Can you please elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, so the Don't Choose Extinction campaign, is there something wrong with my it's working. The Don't Choose Extinction campaign focuses very much on decarbonization, but very specifically about fossil fuel subsidy and fossil fuel subsidy reform. It's an issue that many people don't know about. Last year, $423 billion were used in direct subsidies by governments across the world. Those subsidies go 80% to manufacturers. That means fossil fuel companies, essentially. And it's our tax dollars that are doing that. But humanity doesn't even know that. That $423 billion represents negative impact on the planet. We need to erase that negative impact before we can have positive impact. So it's kind of like, it's very much at the heart of it. But, as most people don't know about it, and it's a difficult issue. Shall I try that one? That's better. So as most people don't know about this policy, we were trying to find an easy entry into it. And we feel like, doom and gloom campaigns just fall flat. People are sick of hearing that we're going to die tomorrow. We don't want to know anymore. We need to be a little bit more positive. We need to be slightly funny. So what we did was have a dinosaur, specifically a Utahraptor, barge into the United Nations General Assembly and give a very, very passionate speech about how humanity should not choose extinction, and it's absurd and stupid what we're doing. So that's the essence of the campaign. But behind it is a very, very serious issue of fossil fuel subsidy reform with a larger conversation about decarbonization that absolutely has to happen now.
Thank you very much for that. And then moving over to you, Aya, from a company perspective. So where is policy most needed, would you say?
Well, first of all, does this work now? Yes, very good. So first of all, great to be here. So thank you very much for inviting me. And secondly, I think we've had such distinguished speakers here talking so much about the importance of policy and all of that. And I'd like to actually to refer to what Professor Rockström was just suggesting, which is really about the framing of how business actually, not just individual companies that may be forerunners, but all business would thrive in a regulatory environment which actually pushes and sets the limits higher. And this may be something that not many years ago companies were talking about, that we would actually appreciate policy. We would appreciate more higher science-based policies that actually lead the way, because it's also a competitiveness issue. So we need those policy measures in order to shine, those who shine, but also to actually achieve results, because that's all that matters right now. And some of the issues that we're tackling, they have economic kind of imperatives. They have issues, obviously environmental, but also social. So from a holistic perspective, business can't do that alone. So you need governments to guide them through, and basically totally endorsed what Professor Rockström was actually saying.
Thank you so much, Aya. And now coming back to you, Inger, I understand that within UNEP you're also emphasizing the role of energy efficiency in terms of policy. Could you please elaborate a bit on that focus?
Absolutely. I mean, when we think of it, well, first of all, we probably need to step back and say that there are 700 and around 30 million people who do not have access to modern energy, and they have every right to expect the kind of access that we all have. And so the question is, what kind of appliances, etc., are they going to get? And meanwhile, all of us who have these appliances already, what can we do to invest in greater efficiency? We can massively increase efficiency in appliances, in light bulbs, in building, in design, and it's just there for the taking, and it will lead to better jobs. And look, let's think about it. In some countries, yes, we are regulating for energy efficiency, say in Sweden, but in others we are not. That's crazy. We are already regulating for earthquakes, security for electrical faults, for fire, and so on. Why not for energy? So it's there for the taking. But let's understand energy poverty. Those 733 million people. Take South Sudan, 7.1% access to electricity. I'll say that again. 7.1% of the population have access to electricity, yet South Sudan has oil resources. What is the world going to tell South Sudan? What is the answer? Chad has gas, 11% access to electricity. What is the world going to tell? So investing in energy efficiency, but climate justice has also to be part of it, and financing. These are critical. But if we take just a few basic appliances, so it's about lighting, room, AC, refrigerators, transformers, and industrial motors, and just drive energy efficiency in those 5 areas, we will reduce our emissions equivalent of Turkey, Indonesia, and South Africa. Boom, done. So this is entirely in our hands, and we can do it, and we have to. And Sweden has already pioneered, but can reach even further for greater efficiency. It's great for jobs, great for the economy, great for growth, and great for global example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now coming back to the topic to Boas on the fossil fuel subsidies, what would you say would be a viable solution to that?
UNDP thinks that there's a viable solution in using that funds for the betterment of society. If you have $423 billion sitting in one pot that's going towards subsidies to fossil fuel companies, why not take that back and give it somehow directly to society in a positive impact? You could use a temporary basic income. You could do a universal basic income. You could probably at that point when we were launching the campaign, there was still a big issue of vaccine equity. You could vaccinate everyone around the world for COVID-19. You could create green jobs. You could kickstart the green transition with these funds. So what we need to do is make a positive impact that will not have, the bottom line will hit the poorest and the most disenfranchised, but rather bring them along and leave no one behind. And these funds are viable for that use. So we would suggest that countries look again at fossil fuel subsidy reform and see how they can make sure that their citizens don't pay the highest burden of the price of reducing those subsidies, and we believe that it's possible.
Thank you very much, Boaz, for that very concrete recommendation. And now over to you, Eija. Coming from Tetra Pak, could you please give an example in terms of the food system transformation and policy needed?
Yes, maybe for those of you who don't know Tetra Pak that well, or then maybe know it as a packaging company. So we're actually one of the world's largest food-related equipment and processing technology companies as well. So food is really at the essence of what we do, and basically that was the foundation of the company. So of course food systems are really something that we thrive to change and or contribute to that change, because they have massive impact not only on climate, where I think a third of the global emissions actually derive from food systems, but also they have impact on human lives and nature and other things. So in essence, what we've been trying to do is to create some kind of pathways that would help business kind of develop, especially in our industry, thrive together pathways towards a better food system. And this started at the UN Food System Summit. And when we talk about policies in this area, so on my wish list, it would be that next year at the UN Food System Summit, hopefully on number 2, that something would move forward. But I also have great hopes for EU, because EU, obviously being a European company, they are the first ones now coming up with the sustainable food systems policy framework deriving from farm and fork. And what EU has done in such a beautiful way is try to build this climate meets nature meets food systems. So really we look forward to that as a good example, which is hopefully then something to adopt more broadly.
Thank you so much, and you already touched upon it now, Eija, but may I please ask you to summarize and wrap up this session, to each one of you to say what would be the most needed policy changes, because we are actually into concrete actions here now. So what would you say, each one of you?
There's not one policy that will make the fix, but it is a systemic thinking and a conscious awareness in each of the policies: food system, packaging, energy, transport, and general societal existence, farming. And this is where all the solutions lie, all of them. And that is the only pathway, echoing a little bit what Johan was saying at the earlier panel, that is the pathway: systemic and conscious policy shifts.
Well, it's for me. I would agree completely. It's about systemic change. It's about systemic change now. We can't wait any longer. Action needs to happen now. This COP is the perfect opportunity for us to move towards action, and that's what we really want to see. We want to see implementation. We want to see action, and that's what would be my wish.
I think we all share the same wish, and I think what you said in the beginning about science being the base, and for instance the planetary boundaries framework giving different, that with the food systems reflecting those boundaries and basing some concrete targets in policy, that would be something that would drive things forward.
Thank you so much for these very concrete measures. So thank you so much. And by this, we are now focusing on the role of finance. And please welcome our moderator, Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Marie. Wonderful to be here. And my name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. I am a program host for We Don't Have Time. and We Don't Have Time is the world's largest climate action platform on social media. And we are partnering here with Business Sweden, so hello everybody watching out there in the world, because this is live streamed globally, so everybody in the world can watch this Business Sweden session and all of the Business Sweden sessions actually. So it's for the great stuff that's happening here to get wings all over the world. And as Marie said, we will now focus on finance, and then we will turn to innovation. And I have the pleasure of moderating all of the rest of the sessions here during the inauguration. So it's great to be here again. I have the pleasure of being here at Glasgow too. So with that said, I'd like to introduce the first panelists for this first panel. And Maria Simonsson, would you like to step up here with me? And Maria is Head of Sustainability at SAK, Swedish Export Credit Corporation. Wonderful to have you here. And also I'd like to invite Mattias Wikström, who is CEO of Doconomy. There we have Mattias. Please join us on stage. And then Mr. Vladislav Kain. He is UNICEF Secretary General, Youth Climate Advisor, and Children and Youth Pavilion Finance Spokesperson from the United Nations. Terrific to have you all here. So, please start by telling us in a few sentences how you work with green finance. Would you like to start, please, sir?
My main goal in working with climate finance is to make sure that as much of it as possible and more than now gets to the youth, because youth, apart from being an actor that is often portrayed as victim of the climate change, at the same time is an agent of change for the better in multiple ways, especially in innovation. But unfortunately, the financial resources that are required for them oftentimes do bypass them, because in fact the current financial and banking systems as they are not necessarily inclusive of the interests of youth, especially in the most marginalized areas and communities. So we're working on tackling that.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kaim. Would you like to continue, Mr. Wikström, please?
Sure, thank you very much. So I would say at Doconomy, what we do is not only do we work with finance, we sort of use finance as a vehicle, using the very transactions, the very core of finance, to educate the many around Newton's third law, cause and effect. So whatever we do, and in the previous panel we heard the importance of understanding your impact, of owning your impact, of changing behavior and understanding what drives what. So we're using finance to educate the many and to have them track, measure, and also understand how to reduce their impact.
Thank you very much indeed. Maria Simonsson, would you like to add how you work on green finance, please?
Well, what we do is finance, so that's essentially the core of our business. And you could say that through our business, where we support Swedish exporters, their subsidiaries, but also their end customers, we can help drive the green transition. And by integrating sustainability as a holistic perspective, we're speaking about just transition and availability and affordability. So that's what we do.
Thank you very much. So Mattias, turning back to you, how would you say what is the key role for finance in this green transition? Doconomy works a lot with transparency. Would you like to build on this, please?
It's such a big question.
Yeah, I know you can do it.
I think from our perspective, it's about slicing it and to make it not only understandable but also tangible, and using the transparency that we can extract by working with the data flows in the transactions. And this transparency is fundamental if you are to drive accountability, if you are to drive understanding, if you are to drive a change of behavior. Because with transparency comes a very important topic that was raised in one of the previous panels, and that is accountability. We need to own the effects of our own action. We need to understand, incentivized by data, incentivized by insights driven by data, own the impact that we can reduce in our own measures. Of course, it comes down to big funders such as banks, financial institutions, governments, and so forth. But at the end of the day, we're all people, right?
So, Mattias Wikström, what would you say what are the main opportunities here for finance? Because there are opportunities too.
There's so much opportunity. It's unbelievable. I'd say it's probably one of the coolest professions, and I think people in finance are going to applaud this. One of the coolest professions you can have today is to work in finance, because where money goes, energy flows. And if we are to scrutinize our way forward, we need to apply basic financial analysis. What we invest in is what we will become. And if we can't drive the funds sufficient enough to drive the change that we want to see, we're just not investing enough. So the roles and opportunities in finance to be the facilitator, the accelerator of this transition is enormous.
Well, I would say that Doconomy is indeed a front runner in this field. You've been brave and quite early in the way you approach this. How can you get others to accelerate, well, in general, the financial markets and the drivers, the actors there, to accelerate their work in this field?
I think it comes down to climate literacy, which is basically wrapping up what I said earlier, but also what was brought up earlier, collaboration. Working as a small Swedish company, today live in, 25 markets with 40 banks representing over 700 million users. And these unorthodox alliances can shape amazing results. So I think that's a great part of that story.
Thank you very much, Mattias. Turning back to you, Maria Simonsson here. How does SAK enable these green financing solutions in other markets, in other economies?
So we're active in 60 countries.
Sorry, how many?
60 countries.
60.
60.
Yeah.
Still in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. So which means a lot of also complex markets. Here we're driving together with the EKN and the other official bodies, and when we do export credits and arranges as international banks. And that value proposition has shown really helpful and also valuable to companies wanting to export their goods or their products or even solutions and know-how. And I think that's important when you hear about what's it going to take, not only to make the part that you're going to export more energy efficient, but also export the know-how into what kind of system change and behavioral change that we've been hearing about today is needed. And there I think Sweden has a super good position to drive that. And I would also add what Mattias was saying here, that for finance, the big shift is about data. New knowledge, so that we can assess risks and price risks and pick the winners of tomorrow and avoid lending to those that are not able to shift.
So how does SAK provide green funding to projects?
So a lot of the renewable energy or infrastructure projects that require long-term commitments, and we're able to provide long-term maturities in our lending when we have the government guarantees backing that. In addition to that, we have developed solutions and products such as a loan with a green addition to it, which we then can connect out into the capital markets. And we note that there is a high interest from investors to have funding through our assets. So there's currently actually a higher demand than supply, so we really need to get that going.
Speaking of the supply and demand here, if you look at the general macroeconomic situation we're in here, how does the demand on you and your services, how has that been affected?
So we're early into this macro situation and uncertainty, but we can note that there is still a high demand for our services and solutions and financing, which is positive, and we have been able to support the exporters with their financing. But it's also interesting now to see, and very important to follow, how will the investments needed level up with the economic uncertainties, and that's an important area to watch.
Well, thank you very much. I think I'm too tall for this microphone. I might as well lift it up so I can straighten myself. This is not for Swedish 6 feet tall ladies, so I'll hold it like this instead. So anyway, I'd like to turn back to you, Mr. Keim here. If you look at the global position here in terms of macroeconomics, there was a recent report out from data from Bloomberg News that is really actually Bloomberg New Energy Finance, to be specific. We're actually at a 4-year low when it comes to investments in this field. What are your reflections on this?
in a sense that is unfortunately unsurprising, considering the point where we are at. But at the same time, it can get worse if we are not able to leverage the instruments of crowding in more finance that are already there. And here it's primarily the role of institutions like Swedish Export-Import Corporation comes in most particularly, because investors and markets in very uncertain times like this, they will look at how bold of a bets sovereign countries and their financial institutions will place. And a lot of their reaction will be a chain reaction based on that. So it is time for bold generational bets, in a sense, when it comes to investing in clean energy, especially in the places that experience the most carbon-intensive development, or those that do not have access to clean energy at all, because now it is the time to do it. And if we also look at the agenda of UNFCCC and here in the conference, Article 2.1c is extremely important in that, because this is where we need to move and shake things to align the existing flows of finance to low carbon pathway.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Do you have any specific suggestions how this trend will be reversed more in detail, please?
First and foremost, we need to look at where the current systems of funneling such finance failed us. And I think where they failed us, especially with regards to youth angle of it, is following two conventional channels of distribution of said finance. We need to remember that youth, who are primary drivers of innovation and clean energy in the areas where financing is needed the most, they are not necessarily even covered by today's traditional banking systems. So we need an alliance of sovereign institutions, of innovation institutions in green sphere, but also fintech. And Sweden, for example, can deliver on it to make sure that we provide finance based on the needs and context of those zones, rather than going about it the other way around. It is extremely important, because otherwise we will not solve those gaps that, for example, Ingka Andersson mentioned, that we are on a mission not only to boost the clean energy transition where it's already going on, but where it cannot start because it lacks the absolute basics for it.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's talk a little bit about debt. Many communities, countries, cities are heavily indebted, and they need more finance to be able to step into this green future. How do we make sure that we give them these loans and not exacerbate their debt situation?
First and foremost, when going into this question, we need to remind ourselves that the climate finance balance is in fact very lopsided in favor of loans. And this is not necessarily a stable environment for emerging countries, especially in the context like now. So what we need first and foremost is the global deal based on the G20 platform on meaningful debt reduction for the most vulnerable countries and communities, because the previous initiatives like GSSI, they failed in this regard. Secondly, we need to be bold in making sure that we provide resources based on buying back part of said debt for nature and climate initiatives, also known as debt for nature swaps, which was endorsed by the IMF a year ago, and something that I personally advocate for a lot, because this is a way to be creative about making sure that the debt financing is not a burden, but an opportunity for investment for those who literally do not have any other choice in the current macroeconomic conditions.
Thank you. When we talk about just transition, which we need to talk about all the time, there are also risks when it comes to inequalities and financing. What is your take on this big topic, Mr. Keim?
I think we need to look at distributional impacts within the countries that invest the most in energy transition, and to make sure that for those who are feeling behind, we provide both framing of it not being a cost but investment, and also showing concrete benefits for said investment. I can bring here the example of Sweden. A lot of the clean tech innovation that we're talking about in Sweden, green innovation, is located in the north. And it just so happens that I also spend a lot of time, particularly in Norrbotten. And I often talk to people about, like, what do you feel about this, how is it, and so on. And oftentimes people say, well, they come now with the investments, and it feels like they are coming because they need something from us, rather than because we are a region that needs continuous investments. And so I would suggest that we need to provide finance not just for green transition, not just to make sure that we do not have rising political anxieties, but we need first and foremost provide financing for the people rather than for the projects, to make sure that all this hard infrastructure of green transition and green industry is also underpinned by the soft infrastructure that provides more people in these regions opportunity to live, thrive, find a job, and enjoy a very decent life in green and decent jobs that are coming to these regions.
Thank you. Maria, would you like to comment on Mr. Keim's statements here on debt and inequality, because this is really connected to your work, obviously?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that what we see is also that these companies looking to establish themselves, they also call out for competencies, know-how, and they are also very active in leading that discussion. So I think that's also a sign of hope that this is something that also the demand side is asking for. So we need to come together here and see how we can finance and find opportunities for the societal shift that we're actually seeing. We're not only seeing a green transition, we're seeing a societal transition. And that has to involve circularity, it has to involve the people, the know-how, continue building skills for tomorrow. We don't maybe even have the skills needed for the society in 25 years. We need to start developing that now. And that involves the youth.
Thank you very much, Maria Simonsson. And Mattias Wikström, your reflections on the youth perspective here. It's a very strong call to action. I appreciate it.
To me, it boils down to a perspective on climate justice. Bringing the voice of the youth to the table, no matter if it's debt funding or if it's financing or whatever it may be. My personal ambition is to leave this planet in a better shape than I found it. And that is, of course, because of the kids growing up today. And looking at my own children, I would go like, this is the most obvious call to action that there is. And they deserve a voice, they deserve a room, they deserve a space. And I would say, out of a lightweight climate justice, I think that perspective needs to be taken into account. I don't think we can see a credible and sustainable transition unless we get everyone on board. It's not only about age or gender, it's about representation in a much broader perspective. And coming from Sweden, working in the context like this, I think we have quite a few benefits actually, because whenever we go out into the world, people are expecting us to be taking in every perspective into account. Our stakeholders are expecting us to act in the benefit of the many, to educate the many, to bring a new language that enables not only transparency, but comparability. And if you have comparability, coming back to how to drive additional funding and investments, if you have comparability, you have winners and losers. If you have winners, they're going to make money on saving the planet, and if you can make money on saving the planet, there will be no more cops.
Well, that would be something. Would you like to add, Maria?
No, I think that the strategic imperative for everyone and every business, hearing what Jesper from IKEA was talking about, we also see that. So it's not that we don't see the strategic needs, but we now need to come together and really finance the solutions that's going to make real world change. And not only the accountability is important, that's going to drive change, but the real world change, it's where we need to look for.
Thank you, Maria. I'd like to turn to all of you now for a final statement in addressing your call to action. Who needs to do what, really, here at the COP in terms of green financing?
My call to action to all of the actors in the climate finance sphere is that you are looking for bankable projects to fund the green transition, and it is important. But remember that it's not just about projects. Beyond those projects, we have lives of concrete people, their jobs and livelihoods, and stakes of the entire regions and countries standing on them. So when you are approaching investing and financing, finance people first, projects second. And then that will be an additional success factor and legitimacy factor for green investments anywhere in the world.
Thank you very much, Vladimir Keim. Thank you very much. Mattias? Wikström?
I couldn't say it in any other better way. Finance people first and projects second. People will drive change. And find the right people to work with, to support, and to be inspired by. And we will make this sooner rather than later. People before projects, absolutely. Brilliantly put.
Thank you very much indeed. And Maria Simonsson, your concluding remarks, please.
Yes, and then I won't repeat what they say. And I would just add that we need clear rules so that we can get to action sooner, because otherwise I fear we're going to be talking about what we should define and what rules we should have. Fast rules so that the market can operate efficiently, because the funding is there, the solutions is there, and the people is actually there. So if we can tie it all together now in a few years, I would say, make that move now, that would be very, very appreciated.
Thank you very much. And when John opened the pavilion here, he talked about collaboration. So of course, from my perspective, this is all we're doing here, and we need to be doing it better and faster to get this on the road, really, big time.
And bring the ideas home and make that call and make that deal, not only stay here.
So we're going to have a conversation afterwards.
Yes,
right?
you will continue this work. I'm sure you will. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Vladislav Keim and Mattias Wikström and Maria Simonsson for joining us in this panel. Thank you. And now we move on to talk about innovation. Let's see, we have a little bit of a distortion here. It's the microphones lying too close to each other. And it's my pleasure now to introduce the panelists, or the speakers for the next panel, because this will actually be more of 4 short interviews. So I'll take you up one-on-one, actually, so you can stay seated. And the first person to join me here on stage is Per Larsson. He is Director of Sustainability at Ragn-Sells, and you can grab any of the microphones, and we'll just start.
Thank you so much.
Warm hand to Per Larsson. And again, the role of innovation in this green transition. Per, you've worked with this topic for many years now, and circular economy and also food security is sort of key in what you do at Ragn-Sells. Could you tell the audience a little bit more about what you do actually?
Yes, naturally. In 1881, we started to transport nutrients back to the fields surrounding our Stockholm. Now we are in the next phase where we are developing solutions that has the global potential to bring back nutrients like phosphorus. And this is phosphorus, and the unique one with this one, the unique with this one is to make sure that it's the cleanest product you can find on the market. It is much cleaner than the Russian phosphorus. It is the second cleanest. And we have the potential to, this case, eliminate the need of Russian phosphorus imported to Europe. But legislation prevents us at the moment. So, and then the second one is that we have now really dedicated to bring back nutrients. We have the first factory up and running, producing potassium from problematic waste. And I was informed that last week we have done the first work with the factory, and it goes really good. And the second macronutrient that we are focusing on is nitrogen. And here we have the first plant in Copenhagen. It's a pilot plant that I've already started to produce. So we're really dedicated to provide solutions, circular solutions, that will support food security with the global potential.
Thank you very much. Without these nutrients, we will not have any food. That's the bottom line.
Exactly, and the challenge is that we need to produce much more food going forward.
Indeed.
And we see the huge potential to do that within the boundaries of our planetary boundaries by taking the circular dimension to our heart.
So Per, you've worked with circular economy for many years. What would you say are your key learnings when it comes to circular economy and, implementing innovation when it comes to circular economy?
I have some balls with me here symbolizing the challenges, because I will start with that one. And here is 4 balls symbolizing the amount of waste we are wasting in Sweden. Per capita is 4 tons. That's a huge, high number. But the thing is that the resources that we need to produce the GDP is 60 tons per capita. In today's linear economy, we are focusing to minimize the waste. in a future circular economy, we'll make sure that we have rules in place that maximize the return so we can reduce the need from this pile. And this is the challenges. How to succeed. Now we come to the big part. And that's exactly what many of you have been speaking about. That's collaboration. And 3 of our innovations, we have a partner in Alfa Laval. We met them the first time at COP25. So this is a perfect example how when you meet people, when you meet organizations, start to talk about challenges, they can come with a solution for you. And of course, in this case, with our 3 solutions, we need to have collaboration with especially the society, because we have the urban flows that are the future mine.
Thank you very much, Per. And here at the COP, what innovations will you be focusing on showing here at the COP?
We'll of course demonstrate all the 3 innovations I talked about, the nitrogen, the phosphorus, and the potassium solution. But the 2 new things is how we are collecting fish pop, fish sludge from the sea. And by that be able to produce first energy.
So the excrements coming out of the fish, the poop.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and just
specific.
Norway, the potential when it comes to energy is that we can produce 2 terawatt hours of energy from the fish pop that is today just released into the ocean. But then we have also the potential to produce a lot of phosphorus and nitrogen. This is one of the things. The second one that we'll demonstrate is from the OSA project in Estonia. We did present it last year, the ambitions to use CO2, combine it with calcium oxide. But the new thing is that we also now demonstrate the potential to produce 30% of the magnesium that Europe needs, or has set as an ambition to produce by 2030. That we will be able to do with our first factory. So these are the 2 things that we will demonstrate in 16 different sessions at 4 different arenas during the COP.
So from the fish excrements, the fish poo, that is from fisheries, like salmon fisheries in the fjords and in the ocean, correct?
Yes, it's from fish farms. And we have already sold the first installation. And we have already now gained interest from Chile, from Scotland, from Canada. But I know that the huge need for this in the Lake Victoria in Uganda, Vietnam, and I would say all coastal areas around the world. Because what will happen going forward is the more phosphorus and nitrogen we emit to the coastal areas with increased temperature, we'll have much, much more methane leakage. So we need to collect that one. And this is not calculated in today's numbers. So we need to get it out.
So how about using this technique for the emerging fish farms on land? That's possible too, of course.
That's definitely possible. The problem with producing on land is the huge need of energy and the huge investment. So the cost for that fish will be very high. And this will be a problem when we're going to have food for everybody. So I think that should definitely be done. But the majority we need to take from the aquaculture, from the sea. Make sure it doesn't destroy the possibility to produce in the seas. That's my main message.
So Per, I've had the pleasure of interacting with you on many stages here throughout the years, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you are slightly impatient when it comes to policies, because you need more policies in place to make this happen. So here at the COP, what is your wish list? What is your call to action here at the COP?
My call to action is to have a circular focus when you implement new legislation. Make sure that the policies really have the system thinking. Make sure that you doesn't minimize waste, maximize the return of resources, and of course enable, in my case, phosphorus to be used. We are very fortunate that we believe that Canada has an interest of buying. But the question mark for me is, will Europe then ban import of food from Canada if the origin has been phosphorus from our solution? We don't think so, but this is the funny part. So we need to go over the ocean to sell the solution.
Well, best of luck, Per Larsson from Ragn-Sells. Fantastic work you're doing. Thank you.
I take my balls with me.
All right, so we move on to the next speaker. It's Anna Selsing, and she's Chief Sustainability Officer at Alfa Laval. Please join me here. Give Anna a warm hand, please. So, what does Alfa Laval do? What is your role here in the green transition?
We do innovation, I think, in everything we do. I'm glad to represent our 20,000 innovators.
It's a huge company, yes.
Yes, it is. And it's in everything we do, every day. And I would say that there are two sides to innovation to us. It's both what we need to do, cleaning our own backyard. We are committed to carbon neutral by 2030 in alignment with Science-Based Target Initiative, and that drives a lot of innovation. Our large scope is in scope 3, and that's about metals, for example. So then we need to partner up, in our case with SSAB, as one of our cases, where we together innovate the first fossil-free heat exchanger on the market. And that's a huge potential for everyone. And then we have our main scope in 98% in the user phase. And there we need to drive, for example, digital innovation. Together with Microsoft is one example where we really have the potential of saving lots and lots of energy. There's a potential, if you do this right service heat exchanger on the market, you could save 2.5% of the total carbon emissions globally. So that's one side. And then we have the other side where we really are good at, together with our partners, to scale, to deploy and commercialize innovations. There's 50% of what we need to reach our targets is already there piloting. But the really big task is to commercialize that. And that's where we are good at teaming up with, for example, liquid wind, e-methanol, and Malta energy storage, etc., etc. There are many of those examples. Yeah.
So we're basically circling back to collaboration here.
Yeah,
'cause you
very much.
Alfa Laval is really great at this.
Yes.
And apart from collaboration, or maybe more sort of more in depth, what type of collaboration? You mentioned a few examples here, but what advice would you give to other players here in terms of scaling and deploying innovation? Because you are good at it.
Yes, I think finding the right partners who are really into this. We have the same target, the objectives. We have the same. We share the ambition, and we really have different perspectives on this challenge. And we're in it with deep trust. And we have the way of finding financing and the long-term commitments that we really need to make this happen. And putting in the resources. It takes a lot of resources. We have with SSAB, I think, bi-weekly meetings with many teams working closely together.
So in this collaboration and this partnerships that you're doing, they're not just in Sweden; they're global.
Yes, they are.
So how do you make this work from this? Because it's very intricate. The system that you need to navigate.
Yes.
And trust is one aspect. What are other aspects?
I think from our side, Alfa Laval is a very decentralized organization where we build trust within our people and employees, so they can take charge in the global context that they're in their markets. It's not just Sweden running the show, but it's everywhere. And that's how I think we gain a lot more from the partnerships.
The previous speaker spoke of energy efficiency.
Yes.
It was Inger Andersson.
Yes.
The prominent Inger Andersson. And at Stockholm Plus 50, I had the pleasure of being on stage when you showed your new heat exchanger.
Yes.
And this is, of course, a great device to save energy. So I'm curious, since this event in May in Stockholm, what has happened to the famous big machine?
Concept Zero, yes.
Concept Zero.
I think maybe we have more news this week. We'll see.
You're looking at your colleagues here. How much can I say?
I can't tell you all, but a lot has happened. I mean, we've worked hard every day since that meeting in Stockholm together with SSAB, and things are moving fast, and that's creating a demand also for fossil-free steel everywhere. So, yeah.
Because if I recall it correctly, the numbers of energy savings
It's huge.
It's huge.
Yes, if we just would have both the right service of our heat exchanger and the installed base that we have yearly altogether is 100 gigawatts. And if you compare that with, for example, the installed wind power globally, that's on 93 gigawatts. So, and we could do lots more. So I really urge what Inger Anderson said. I mean, it's affordable, it's there, it's just do it, decide, and we need the policies and regulations to make it happen on an even larger scale.
Well, thanks so much. And your concluding remarks here, what call to action do you have? Because you have people listening here, not just here in the room, but globally.
I think that I would love to see, as we had the Prime Minister here also, and governments, putting their roadmaps together and showing the roadmaps, because we need long-term commitments to do our long-term investments, and we would speed up a lot if we had that. And I would urge everyone to start doing and getting to the how. I think we're very aligned on where we need to be, but we need to get to the how and show me the roadmap. That's what I would love to hear from everyone. And our partners, we would love to have more partners, because we know that that's when magic happens.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much and best of luck during this call.
Thank you, Katarina.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we move on. We have a third speaker coming up here on stage. Anders Forslund, who is CEO of Heart Aerospace. There you are. Please join me on this side. And we have a lot of fossil airplanes cruising over our heads. You represent something else. So just shortly, briefly, tell us about what you do at Heart.
Yes, so Heart Aerospace, we're a Swedish startup that builds electric airplanes. We're a company of about 140 employees from 25 different countries based in Gothenburg, Sweden. And we have some of the world's biggest airlines actually investing and buying of our aircraft. The aircraft that we're building is called the ES-30. It's a 30-passenger regional airplane that's driven by batteries.
And I think I'm going to just pop a question that I know everybody here in the room will have in their head by now. When can we sit in one of those?
So our aircraft will be certified and enter into service in 2028. But if you'd already in 2026 is when we'll start test flying. So if you want to feel adventurous, you can come already then.
Absolutely, I'm on. I'm game. So when it comes to innovation, you are, of course, you're a front runner in innovation when it comes to aviation. So how important is innovation from your perspective in solving the climate crisis?
Well, I think it's super important, obviously. And Sweden is a very small country. I mean, we're 10 million people in a world of 10 billion people soon, right? So what we do within our own borders is great, but it's not enough. So, for instance, take aviation. The big problem with aviation is not only that it's emitting 2.7% of the global CO2 emissions, but also that it is only 20% of the world's population has ever been on an aircraft, which means that there's 6 billion people waiting to be connected to this infrastructure. So if you're looking at the trajectory of what's about to happen, it's not that we're going to get to net zero by 2050, it's that we're going to triple the emissions, going from 1 gigaton today to 3 gigaton by 2050. Now, our technology that we've developed is targeting the short-haul flights, but even with that, even the orders that we have for our aircraft is more than the total sort of CO2 emissions from the Swedish domestic air travel already with this first generation and the stage that we are right now.
So this is very promising indeed. So what needs to happen to get innovations faster in place and really, well, reaching the markets basically? But you need money, obviously, but what is needed more?
So first of all, I think we owe a lot to the Swedish innovation system. When we started this company, it was like a research project, and 2/3 of our funding was from Vinnova, the Swedish Innovation Agency, Nordic Innovation, and also the European Commission. But I think we're very good at the R&D phase of innovation. But the next step where we are in right now is the industrialization, is the mobilization.
It's about really doing something, going from these ideas to actually building a billion-dollar project. And I think we've seen Swedish companies succeed with this, like Northvolt, for instance. But still, the main funding for us is coming from American, billionaires like Bill Gates, right? So I think that we need to start thinking about not just we're very good at R&D, but how are we doing mobilization? We've seen how good Europe can be in mobilization when it comes to the pandemic. We've seen it with the war in Ukraine. We need to get that same mindset into all of the great ideas that we have in our small companies and our universities and bringing them to market in a record time.
So how about, we spoke about this earlier, how about partnerships? How important are partnerships in enabling this innovation?
I think it's these things need to happen with public-private partnerships. So I think we need to have the private capital there. They are also, I think, sometimes better than public money in actually understanding what is a profitable business, making sure that they do the due diligence on the business. But what I think we need is to create a sort of the public instruments need to be simple. They need to be transparent. They need to be so simple to explain so that somebody coming with funding from abroad can, every time they hear a Swedish company, they said, oh, that's great. That company's in Sweden. That means for every dollar I put in here, I know exactly what I'm going to get. And I don't think we really have that yet.
Johan looks very happy here at the front row. Well, it's the truth, absolutely. So in terms of policy makers here and policies, what would you like to see more of?
Well, obviously, it starts with mandates. Actually, our company started because Norway had announced that they want all their domestic flights to be 100% electric by 2040, and we saw an opportunity to create a product for that demand. We still haven't as clear of a policy in Sweden, for instance. So I think that's great. And then also showing, putting your money where your mouth is, actually showing that there's also instruments to fund this. And if I want to bring something like a really simple policy that we should reenact, we should make it easier for companies like us. We're 25 different nations. We should make it easier for us to hire and get top talent to go through our migration services. We shouldn't be waiting for, 4 to 6 months with like key hires working remotely. That's time we don't have, and we need to really speed up that process.
That's an interesting aspect of innovation. An important one, indeed. So, Anders, your call to action here, your final words here for what you would like to see at the COP, please?
I would say just let's develop the instruments. Let's mobilize this and let's create a clear understanding so that everybody can understand exactly how the path looks. Everybody, whether you're a foreign investor or you're a researcher at a university or you're an entrepreneur just starting with your startup, understanding exactly, create a clarity, a simplicity to the process of actually de-risking these projects as they go through industrialization.
And you are open for questions about how to do this best, right?
Oh, yes. I'm very much open to questions.
Yes, because we need to do this together. Well, thank you very much, Anders, and don't forget to book me on that flight.
Oh, yes, I will.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
We have one more prominent speaker lined up here in this session. It's very happy to introduce now Marie Sundli-Tveit. There you are, Marie. Wonderful to have you here. You're Chief Executive of the Research Council of Norway. And it's wonderful to have you here, our neighbor in the Swedish pavilion. How can Sweden and Norway work together to speed up the green transition, please?
Can I just pick either one of these? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
it works, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. I think there's almost no limit to how we can cooperate, and we need to do it more strongly. And I think it goes all the way from strengthening our efforts in research and innovation, pulling the ecosystems together. We can do that together with Vinnova, together with Vetenskapsrådet, together with all our counterparts in Sweden, and we're already doing that. Actually, I'm having the pleasure of chairing the Nordic Council of Chairs of the different councils in the Nordic countries at the moment, and we are We're talking all the time on about how we can align our strategies, how we can strengthen our efforts. We can have joint calls and things like that through Nordforsk or with the Council of Ministers. But I think using the great motors that are already there, the Horizon Europe, the largest research and innovation program in the world. Looking back at the Horizon 2020, we had 500 joint contracts, more than 500 joint contracts with Sweden. So I think that goes to show how strong we are together. And we are very similar countries, but we're also very different when it comes to industrial structure, for example. So I think the compatibility and the complementarity is very good. But I wanted to pick up on something that Anders Forslund said, talking about motors, because he said this would have happened if and it was Norway that decided that we want this. You know, it's the public procurement motor. Oh, fly here. The public procurement motor. If we do that together, it sticks to me. If we do that
Another
together,
type of aviation here in the room. It's a fly. So,
yeah, it's a fly. It's not that plane. No, so if we do that together, if we align our strategies on strict and ambitious public procurement, that can really be the strongest leverage for innovation that I think we can think of. And we are wealthy countries, so we can afford opening those markets and paving the way. So that's pioneering the possible. I think that's what public procurement is all about. So we, as Research Council in Norway, we're very involved in that kind of action in Norway.
And there is a lot of stuff going on when it comes to setting stricter standards in procurement when it comes to the green aspects, right? Yes. Also in Norway.
Absolutely, but I don't think we do it enough because for example, in Norway, 600 billion Norwegian kroner per year. That's the public procurement budget. That is big money. So let's spend that on the future solutions rather than buying the solutions of yesterday. So it's really, it's underused, and you don't even have to put more money on the table because this is the money that's already being spent every year in the budget. So yeah, that would be one of my strongest points. But also, I mean, looking at the budgets going to research and innovation, we allocate 11 billion Norwegian kroner, which is 1 billion euros more than that, to research and innovation every year, so that we make sure that that is also about aligning strategies, making, looking back to Glasgow last year, the head of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol, he said, we only know half the technologies that we will need to reach 1.5. So that's a huge responsibility for us, the chairs, the chief executives of the research councils in the Nordic countries, looking at that and saying each and every day, not only am I contributing, but actually am I doing everything I can? And I don't think we're quite there yet.
Well, we all need to step up our game, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
So you mentioned your instruments here that you have in your toolbox. How can they be more visible or even more implemented in all of the Nordics?
I mean, I think we have lots and lots of mechanisms, and although I think it's very important that we constantly think about whether those mechanisms are fit for purpose throughout, I think more than building new mechanisms is about pulling the ecosystems together so that wherever the new results that we need come, whether it's within basic research that are curiosity driven, or whether it's in industry, in the most incremental parts, or wherever it is, whether it's radical or incremental, the road to actual implementation needs to be much shorter. So where I really think the holes are when it comes to mechanisms is finding ways of accelerating and pacing up from finding the results to actually having them implemented. And I think it was extremely inspiring to see how we dealt with the COVID crisis when it comes to vaccines, because that was really, that's what that road is all about. It's about the preparedness that was sitting there waiting after 20, 30 years of, I guess, very slightly funded basic research on mRNA. And then suddenly we need that exact vaccine for that exact virus, and you just pick it out of that preparedness base and you fund it, you link it with industry, you get all the public bodies in line, whether it's about getting the right tests done, to all the way to putting the shares out and having the actual people putting the needle in your arm. So that way of thinking, pulling those chains together, just imagine if we could do that with the green transition and with the climate crisis.
Yeah, well, we constantly have to remind ourselves that we actually did it.
We actually
in
did
the COVID situation, so
and it only took months, not years.
Yeah. And this is this is also a life-threatening situation we're in. We all know this by now. So, Marie, what is your call to action here? Your final statement here from this stage, please.
Well, I think it's about that, about pulling the ecosystems together so that we can be much faster. Taking down being much faster from the result and into action. That's about how we work together. More than doing new things, but actually, pulling it together and working together. And I think also between the Nordic countries, that would be a very good thing. And it's actually about going back to the public procurement and actually having the right the legislation, the requirements, the criteria, the frameworks for business and research and everything else, the ecosystem to work within, because then things can happen very, very quickly. And then it's also about, the difference between am I contributing and am I doing everything that I can?
Well, excellent input from you also. Give her a warm hand and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
And now this concludes this fabulous session. We have a 5-minute break before we come back here on stage. So you've been sitting for a long time, so maybe just don't leave. Just go up and shake your shoulders a bit and maybe grab something to drink. And we start again at 12, and then we'll be talking about the missing building blocks in reaching net zero. So 12:05, back here again, please. Looking forward. All right. Welcome back. Please take your seats. Those of you who would like to listen in on this session, Reaching Net Zero, the Missing Building Blocks. We are here at the Swedish Pavilion, and my name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. I am host for We Don't Have Time and for Business Sweden and at these sessions today. And we are broadcasting live on the We Don't Have Time platform, which is the largest social media network platform focusing on climate action in the world. So please take your seats. We have great speakers lined up for you here during this session, and you can use the headphones if you feel like you need to. Otherwise, I think the amplification here from the microphones is good enough. So today we will talk on the key obstacles and challenges that are preventing businesses from reaching net zero. We have a huge task at hand here to get down to net zero in time, right? We all know this. And we see a lot of businesses committing to net zero, but are they enough businesses, and are we working fast enough? This we will talk about here today. And we will talk about corporate responsibility, indeed, in depth and during this session. So it's my pleasure now to introduce the first speaker. His name is Kristofer Nelson. He is Deputy Chief Negotiator to the United Nations Climate Change Negotiations. So please join me here on stage and give him a warm hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kristofer Nelson, and I'm very happy to be here today. I'm working at the Swedish Government Office from the Ministry of Environment. I'm looking at our key role here is to setting clear long-term pathways and robust frameworks. And we do have a Swedish climate framework, a climate policy framework, which sets out the climate policy, sets out the implementation of the Paris Agreement in Sweden. And by 2045, we are to have net zero emissions of greenhouse gases. And the framework aims to create order and stability in climate policy, and provides business and society with the long-term conditions to implement the transition needed to address the challenges of climate change. We see that business community in many ways are the vehicle for change, and even if we are producing a climate action plan every fourth year on how to reach our long-term Swedish goal, we need to listen carefully to the needs of the business community, also for able them to continue to be the driver of change. So it's often the case that companies in Sweden also are demanding the government to do more, to be more ambitious, because many of the companies in Sweden are also have also recognized the advantages of being in the forefront in this field. So, as I see it, it's a mutual cooperation here between the government, the government office, and the business society as well. So, what we would like is that you continue, like the business community, continue to be ambitious, to drive for implementation of the Paris Agreement, to push the government forward to an ambitious direction, and to provide the much needed innovative solutions that are so much needed for reaching that 1.5 degree pathway. And of course, my role, or the government's role, or the government office role, is to provide you with the right conditions and to make this happen. And when I talk about right conditions, I talk about the policies and regulatory frameworks, and making sure that in the short and medium term we don't have that many shifts in which direction we are going to. So thank you very much for having me, and I stop there, and happy to hear the rest of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Kristofer Nelson. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce the panelists for the panel here. We are being joined by distinguished Professor Johan Rockström from the Potsdam Institute. Please join me here on stage, Johan. And by Kate Brandt, who is Chief Sustainability Officer at Google. Wonderful to see you here. Please join me. And also Christian Rönn, who is CEO and co-founder at Normative. So please join us here on stage and grab a microphone. I'd like to start by turning to you, Johan Rockström. And the big question here at hand is, of course, are we on track to reach net zero? And I think I have an idea that you probably won't say yes.
No, and I really sincerely hope that will come as no surprise to anyone. We're not on track. We're actually in a very risky state. The United Nations GAP report, which I'm sure that you all have had a look at, shows that we're following a pathway that takes us to 2.8 degrees Celsius in only less than 80 years' time. That is unequivocally a disaster point for humanity. It's a place we haven't been in for the past 3 to 5 million years. So that is a place we simply do not have any evidence of being able to support anything that we cherish as human civilizations on planet Earth. Even if we do deliver on all the NDCs and all the pledges and everything that was promised in Glasgow on methane, on deforestation or halting that, we would still just barely reach 2 degrees, which is increasingly shown to also be a very dangerous point for humanity. In fact, 1.5 degrees Celsius is a physical point beyond which we risk triggering tipping points. So we want to really land. The safe landing zone is 1.5. We are at 1.2, and the remaining carbon budget is something like 300 billion tons of carbon dioxide. It's 8 years of emissions at current pace, and we haven't even bent the curve yet. So the window for a safe landing is so narrow that we meet in Sharm el-Sheikh at an urgency point. So we have to accelerate. And then the question is, what do we need by that? Well, we need pathways such as the Swedish one, such as the European one, such as the ones we have with over 70 countries in the world, agreeing on a net zero pathway with 50%, roughly 50% reductions by 2030, which is a pace between 5 and 7% reductions per year from now onwards. And you know, we say this every year, and it just gets worse and worse. So the pace of change is just steeper and steeper. So I would say that unfortunately we need to, see countries ramping up their ambitions, not only because of the necessity to meet at 1.5, but also because the more we lag behind, the steeper is the pathway to a safe landing.
Thank you very much, Johan Rockström. Kate Brandt, from the Google business perspective, when you listen to Johan Rockström here, your response, please. This is really light-threatening situation we're facing here, and you are a chief sustainability officer of a major company. What are your reflections?
Yes, and can you all hear me?
I think we just take another one. They're a little bit sketchy.
All right, how about that one?
Yeah, I think that's better.
Very good.
Can we hear Kate?
Yes.
Yes, good.
Okay, good. Yes, and first, thanks so much to the Swedish government, Business Sweden, and of course, Christian and Johan. It's such a pleasure to be here with you. And Johan, absolutely. I think we find ourselves here at a sobering time. And yet, I also appreciate what I see on people's name badges here today. Together, let's pioneer the possible. And so I think as we are here representing the corporate sector at COP, we think it's really critical both that businesses and governments continue to work at pace, as Johan shared. Yes, there have been important commitments that have been made, and we have more work left to do. And the way that we think about this as Google is it starts at home. We've committed to be net zero across our operations and value chain by 2030, and we are working hard to do that in partnership. But also for us, it's about the role of technology and innovation and the way that our tools and platforms can enable others to achieve their net zero targets, whether that's businesses that are utilizing tools on Google Cloud like UPS that's dramatically reducing the fuel for their routing by using Google Cloud solutions. We're partnering with cities through a tool called the Environmental Insights Explorer. Cities represent 70% of global emissions, and we're looking to give them the tools they need to set bold targets, like the city of San Jose that set a gigawatt solar target thanks to utilizing this data. And also we want to look at how do we help the nations around the world that are dealing with the impacts of climate change as well. We're already seeing them today. And how do we use technology to provide better flood forecasting, better prediction of wildfires, because we both need to continue working to mitigate the impacts and deal with the impacts that we're seeing today.
Thank you very much, Kate Brandt. And in terms of building blocks and missing building blocks, because this is really what we are addressing in this session here, when we focus on, for instance, policies, which we all need policies in the business world to make this happen quicker. Which policies are you missing and from a global agenda to speed up the transition down in time?
Yeah. One of the building blocks that we've been really focused on is that we need to decarbonize the electricity grid. So much of the path to net zero requires us to get the grid to what we call 24/7 carbon-free energy, that we're actually operating all of the systems that are on the grid at 24/7 carbon-free energy, zero emissions. And so that's a goal that we've set at Google, that we want to get there by 2030. But we're also partnering with other businesses, with policymakers through initiatives like the SE for All 24/7 Compact, which has everyone from nations to cities to businesses that are working on this together. We have cities like Copenhagen and London and Paris who are working on 24/7 pilots to figure out how do they actually get to 24/7 as a city. And there's a big policy agenda attached to this too. And we were just talking about this before the session actually. We think it's really important that companies engage very proactively on policy and share an affirmative agenda, that we need to tell policymakers. I come from a policy background. We need to tell policymakers what actions they can take to help us reach these targets. So we've put out a policy agenda that talks about, to get to 24/7, there's some very specific things we need to do. We need to retire coal plants. We need to keep nuclear on as long as it can be safely operated for longer periods of time. We need to have more access to electricity markets that are focused on corporate buyers that want to drive greater access to renewable energy. So we think it's important to actively engage with policymakers as well as provide them tools that they can use, like I mentioned, the cities tool that we're providing.
So in short, when governments are lagging behind, the pressure needs to be really firm from the business world and also from, for instance, smaller municipalities and cities, bigger cities, to push.
We all need to be involved.
Yeah.
I think given what we talked about, someone reminded me recently, it's 86 months until 2030.
Yeah.
We all need to be involved, businesses, policymakers, and individuals.
Well, thank you very much, Kate Brandt. So from the normative perspective, you tell us a bit what you do actually. You need to start there.
All right, so I'm the CEO and founder of Normative. We are an emissions carbon accounting engine and management platform. It means that we help thousands of businesses to account for their full carbon footprint and give them actionable insights on how to go towards net zero emissions. And I think it's, okay.
Further up, please.
Okay, further up. So I think it's kind of interesting because you started, Johan, with a kind of sobering message of the UN emissions gap report. I mean, we're heading towards 2.8 degrees and we need that to be at 1.5. And at the same time, Kate, I think you brought a very optimistic message, right? That, a business like Google can have a tremendous amount of impact. So, I mean, we all know that governments are not doing enough in terms of, their net zero commitments. But at Normative, we kind of asked ourselves the question, what about businesses and the net zero targets of businesses? So we looked at 1,000 businesses with net zero targets. And it turns out that the emissions of the value chains of those 1,000 businesses account for 80% of global emissions. So that means that if 1,000 companies are following through on their net zero commitments, we are going to reduce 80% of global emissions. And right now, we actually have 15,000 companies committed to net zero in one shape or form. So I strongly suspect that if we can just get companies to follow through on net zero commitments, including value chain-based emissions, we can solve that. But there's a big caveat there, because if you look at most businesses today, they actually don't include the full footprint from their value chain in their net zero commitments. So there's actually 80% of emissions that are excluded from the net zero commitments if you look at an average company. And this is something that we call the accuracy gap at Normative. So essentially what we do is that we help businesses account for their full carbon footprint, both in their own operations, but also quite crucially in their value chain as well. And We have been working with Google.org, and Google developed tool for even the small businesses in their value chain to fully account for their carbon footprint, and helped thousands of companies so far. So I think we really need to solve that accuracy problem in value chains in order to really leverage the power of the net zero commitments of businesses. And I think that is quite optimistic compared to what governments are doing so far.
Well, thank you very much, Christian. I'd like to hear Johan Rockström's reflections on those numbers, please.
Yes, so to start with, I mean, I totally agree with you, Carl, on the importance of companies around the world with regards to the cumulative emissions. But what we also recognize, which you also point out, is that that connects very closely to Kate's point about how do you green the electricity, which is a supplier to those companies? Yes. How do you ensure that the energy provision does not come from state-owned big coal infrastructure, where you have big economies like China still putting several hundred megawatts of coal on the grid as we speak?
Yes.
How do we actually turn the very source of energy provision away from fossil fuels? So I would argue on your question about the policy needs to help businesses to really deliver on those net zero pathways is, number one, to agree in a meeting like this to stop all subsidies to fossil fuel production and consumption. And that includes, by the way, also the Swedish government, to not use Swedish taxpayers' money to subsidize the consumption of diesel and gasoline. That's not a scientifically aligned nor very efficient economic policy. But this is the $500 billion per year of direct subsidies that we're putting behind fossil fuel energy systems. That's number one. But number two is we have to, recognize that the window for safe landing is so closely shutting that we have to stop all new investments in oil, coal, and natural gas. This is a very big ask, but companies, I mean, your 1,000, the Googles of the world, should come forward together with science and say that this is what the point we've reached. We need to now have some hard sustainability decisions beyond just the Paris Agreement's voluntary pledges. We have to put some red lines in the sand, and two of them is subsidies disappear and halt all new investments. And number three is, of course, to put a price on carbon beyond just the European Union, which is the only place that actually has an operating price on carbon today. We have to start that multiplying across all markets across the world.
Well, thank you very much, Johan Rock. So before I hand it over back to Kate here again, I'm curious, I'm sure the audience is too, as to your hopes for the COP. Johan Rockström, I'm staying with you.
Yeah, so to begin with, I think it's important just to be really honest here that the expectations on this COP meeting are at the entry point low. Because of this combination of challenges, we're not making progress on the mitigation pathway, so there's a lot of reason for frustration. We're not putting the finance on the table, not on the Green Climate Fund, nor on adaptation. We are facing a week of discussions on loss and damage, which will be very complex, incredibly challenging, because it's such a legitimate argument from Pakistan and other countries in the global south who have been subject to complete disasters, which are having bills of the tens of billions of US dollars. I mean, these are not small disasters. How to handle that will be very challenging. I hope that we won't get stuck in that ditch, but rather really focus in on the entire agenda of decarbonizing, supplying support for technology, adaptation, and find a solution on loss and damage. Are we likely to succeed? Well, it's unfortunately a very challenging entry point because of the geopolitical instability in the world, and that the lowered short-term appetite to really act on climate policy. So I'm carefully hedging my bets here so far.
Well, thank you very much for painting this picture. It's a really difficult situation we're brought ourselves into here. Kate, again, from the Google perspective, and also I'd like to turn to you next, Christian. What is the best way for a business company to build their net zero journey? We listen to you on here. We really are in a hurry, but you represent the industry or the business world. Starting with you, Kate, how do you build your net zero journey stable and viable and also in a transparent way?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, so I think the first critical step is setting the goal, right? Having the ambition. But a lot of, I think, what we're talking about at this COP is ambitions to action. This is about implementation. This is about our working together to drive action on these commitments. I think first and foremost, we can only manage what we measure, and that's why we've been so pleased to partner with Christian and the normative team on the business carbon calculator, which I think is so critical. We all need that data so that we can engage with our value chain, so that we can work internally to drive action against these targets. So I think that's critical. And then it's about partnership. You know, I talked about 24/7. Any kind of a large commitment like this, it is not any one company's ability to get there alone. We have to work together. And so I think that's going to be crucial, whether we're coming together across businesses, between businesses and policymakers, to take action together and to drive progress more quickly. So I think that's what I would really focus on, is it's first in the measurement, it's then in the partnership and the execution and really driving action together and putting these ambitions into action.
Thank you very much. Christian, your perspective, please.
I mean, exactly what Kate said, right? You need to start with the measurement. You can't have accountability without the accounting. But then later, to Johan's point, I mean, measuring your Scope 3 value chain-based emissions is pointless unless you have some sort of mechanism of action in that value chain where you can really decarbonize. So I would say step one is to really account for your full carbon footprint, so you have the actionable insights on how to invest in your own operations and in value chain for decarbonization. And there I want to give a shout out to Exponential Roadmap, one of our partners. They have really good 1.5 business playbooks of actions that you can take, and on top of that, actionable insights. So I would say, you know, measuring the emissions so you know what to do, and then engage with your value chain and your own operations, taking the right actions, because that is what you will be judged on in the end of the day in several decades. You know, did you do the right things in order to mitigate emissions, not just talking about it?
Well, thank you very much. Professor Johan Rockström, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and the Carbon Law, of course, was initiated by you and colleagues in 2017. How important has this roadmap and this carbon law been to where we're at now, and what the hopes we have for not just the businesses but all aspects of society?
No, I would say that it's one of the really important scientific contributions of the last 5 years, because when it was published in 2017, translating the science into this heuristic of cutting emissions by half every decade for a safe landing by 2050, being an inspiring innovation pathway but also aligned with science, has now become mainstream, and it's guiding the Science-Based Target Initiative. It is having, you know, what is it now, Johan? It's over 1,000 companies involved in different efforts of really aligning with the Exponential Roadmap, Google being one of them, which is fantastic. So this is really significant, and it's one of those scientific outputs that has even guided, for example, the EU Green Deal and the 55% reductions by 2030 targets. The next step, though, which is equally urgent, is to have the carbon law for nature integrated in this carbon law for fossil fuel phase out, because we need to also cut emissions, you know, at the same exponential pathway to make nature from a source to sink within just 10 years. So we're just now discussing, we've just come out of that discussion of how can we integrate a carbon law for fossil fuel phase out with a carbon law for building carbon sinks in nature, which is, you know, the only way for us to really have a chance of 1.5. So I think science has now tools to go from complexity into some, you know, guiding narratives which are quite easy to implement and to work with across all scales.
Well, thank you very much. Kate, you've been working with the ERI and you're also working with the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. How has this been, what impact has this had on your work?
Yes, we've been really honored to work with both Johan Falk and Dr. Rockström. and we're members of the Exponential Pledge. I think that the work that you all are doing, both on the science, but also on providing insights to businesses, and then bringing us together in a community of practice where we can work together on these exponential solutions, I think is incredibly powerful. And one area that we've been focused on as well is, we've talked a lot today about businesses, we've talked about policymakers, both absolutely critical in getting us on a path to 1.5, but there's also the role of civil society and individuals. And we're an information and a data company, and we have the privilege of having multiple products that over 1 billion people use every day. So one thing we've also been talking about with the Exponential Roadmap team is how do we also think about solutions for individuals, this category of, you can call it lifestyle emissions or really lifestyle solutions. And what is the role of businesses in providing those to individuals? And what we see at Google is, we have Google search, we can see search trends. Searches for things like buying an electric vehicle, a heat pump, rooftop solar are at an all-time high now in 2022. People want to be involved. And the recent AR6 report also shows that there is a key role for individuals to play in reducing emissions. And so we want to do things like work with other companies that are part of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and think about how do we deliver more tools and solutions for individuals, things like what we're doing in Google Maps, where now eco-friendly routing, the most fuel-efficient route, is the default across 40 countries in Europe and the US and Canada, coming here to Egypt and across the Middle East very soon. These are the kinds of things that people are looking for that information. They want to save fuel as they're driving. They want to reduce their emissions. And it really adds up. We're seeing just from early use of this tool, the equivalent of taking 100,000 cars off the road. So this is an area where we've been really excited to talk with the Exponential Roadmap and where we see a lot of opportunity for business to come together and see how do we give people helpful solutions so that they can also be a part of the answer.
Great ideas. I mean, great nudging. And basically, we all need to nudge each other all the time in a faster and more efficient way, of course. So, Christian, from the normative perspective, the roadmap and how you have connected with it, how does that implement into your work?
So the way it's implemented in our work is really to empower large businesses to take their Scope 3 seriously. And not just measuring, but actually acting upon their Scope 3, which is like the most important thing in the end of the day. And as I said before, I mean, if all large companies that are committed to net zero in their value chains follow through with that, we're in a really good place. But right now we have the accuracy gap where Scope 3 is not properly incorporated in a lot of net zero targets. And
sorry to interrupt, but maybe not everybody is aware what is contained in the Scope 3. So just explain briefly.
So Scope 3 is basically the value chain-based emissions. I mean, if you have any given product, like a laptop computer, you might buy it from a retailer of laptop computers, but most of the carbon emissions is not in the heating of the merchant's place. It's the value chain-based emissions on the production, the mining, the transportation, and all of those parts throughout the value chain. And that is, I mean, some large enterprises have larger Scope 3 and value chain-based emissions than countries. But a big challenge is that those value chains are very complex, and there's a long tail also. You talked about individuals, Kate, but there's a long tail of small and medium-sized enterprises in that value chain, making it very kind of complicated to take action. And that is also one thing and one place where we have worked together, speaking about collaboration with both the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and Google, where we founded together with the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and the We Mean Business Coalition a project called the SME Climate Hub, and Google.org has been...
Small and medium enterprises.
Yes, small and medium. Thank you for pointing out that not everyone knows the lingo.
All the acronyms.
Yeah,
yes.
all
there
the
are
acronyms.
lots of acronyms.
Yes, in sustainability we love acronyms. But yeah, so we have been working together, engaging thousands of businesses in the value chain, small enterprises taking net zero action. Yeah.
So coming back to the accuracy gap here.
Yeah.
How do we close it? Fast.
I think first of all, and I said it before, you can't have accountability without the accounting piece. You need to have the full data of your Scope 3 in order to act on it. And I mean, building complex value chain takes several decades. I mean, some of the largest enterprises can only operate because of those value chain. So decarbonize that value chain is also going to take decades. So you need the right data to drive decision making. What are the suppliers that I need to engage with? How should I engage with them? Should it be, promoting renewable electricity, more sustainable production processes? So large companies right now need to spend, billions in upgrading their value chain. But you need to start with the actionable insights to know what parts of the value chain should I decarbonize first in order to get the most bang for the buck.
So if you don't measure it, you can't change it, basically.
No, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you change it or manage it.
Yeah.
Same thing. So Johan Rockström, when you listen to Christian here on the accuracy gap, what are your remarks?
Well, I mean, I've been saying so many dark core messages in this panel, so let me give you a little bit of light in the tunnel. I think what Christian is pointing at is one of the really promising avenues, that recognizing that businesses can not only focus on decarbonizing their production segment, that they have to look upstream on their suppliers, but also downstream on their users, is incredibly healthy, and it puts companies in very uncomfortable situations. I'm sitting on the sustainability board of Mercedes-Benz on the race to electrify, and Ola Källenius, the CEO, wouldn't perhaps use the following word, but it's essentially a race for survival. It is for the company to really win the race of sustainable luxury in the world and to survive as a competitive company. But at the same time, they're now signing contracts on fossil fuel-free steel that will be delivered in 7 years' time, because they realize they have to have the supply chain at net zero as well. Eija is here from Tetra Pak, and it's so exciting to sit and work with them on the world's largest manufacturer of safe packaging of staple foods, now engaging in sustainable dairy, because they know that the milk that enters their products has to be net zero as well. And isn't that just amazing as a transition towards companies really taking the broader system change seriously? So, and this is what forces companies that are in the deep of energy to look at nature, because where do you get that rare earth cobalt from? Well, it's from mining. Where does that mine come from? Well, it's in DRC. Where is that DRC? It's threatening the rainforest. So suddenly you have a biodiversity agenda in your deep engineering company. So I think this is, can we push that really hard, just as you're doing? I think that is really a healthy step. Coming late, but it's a healthy step.
And also, from my point of view, we're in a good position to be able to do this, because we have tools, we have measurements, we have transparency, possibilities for transparency in this digital era that we're actually in. So maybe 15 years ago we couldn't be doing this, looking at collaborations and transparency and all the value chains connected like we can now. So it is a promising spot from that aspect. So I'd like to ask you for some concluding remarks here. We have a great audience online following, probably many more people than sitting here, no offense, but we are globally broadcasting this. So your call to action, Christian, to people watching this from your perspective at Normative, please.
It's what I said multiple times before. You can't have the accountability without the accounting. And you can't have action without actionable insights. So you need to start with the calculations and accounting, and then go down your value chain. And then I'm convinced that we all can solve climate change together.
Thank you very much, Christian. Kate.
Yes, I would come back to, this is a moment from ambition to action. We all need to be focused on how do we continue driving progress against our own targets, like we are on our net zero 2030 target at Google, and also how do we provide the solutions and tools to enable businesses, policymakers, and individuals to be a part of the solution.
Thank you very much, Kate Brandt.
I think it's unfortunately important to remind ourselves that this is about physics. We cannot negotiate with planet Earth. So therefore, we have no choice. We simply need to align all businesses, all cities, all economies with science-based targets for a safe and just landing zone. And simply we have to be here at COP, recognizing that this is a very, very serious situation we're in. There's no room for kind of feel-good surfing along some superficial story that, you know, we'll get this done further down the line. It's now. It's real, and we're deep in the trenches, and let's get it done with. And we certainly need the air, the breathing air coming in with all the opportunities, definitely. But let's not get completely, swallowed up by it.
Well, thank you very much, Johan Rockström, Kate Brandt, and thank you very much, Christian from Normative, for joining us here. A warm hand. And best of luck with your important work, all three of you. Thank you. Now we take a short break and see you back at 5 past for the next panel. Sorry, not 5 past, at 1:45. It's lots of panels. 1:45. 1:45, we have the next panel here at the Swedish Pavilion. Please join us then, and just stand up and stretch a bit, and don't get lost. Come back, please. Yes, it works. Please take your seats if you'd like to take part in this session. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson, and I have the pleasure of hosting this final session at the Swedish Pavilion at the inauguration. And we will talk about on this session driving climate action globally. And we have prominent speakers and panelists lined up here for you. So those of you watching us online, a warm welcome. And those of you who'd like to take a seat and listen, you can also feel very welcomed here. Innovation has brought us to an inflection point. And we all know that the coming decade will be completely decisive. And we need to really focus on the driving of the climate action exponentially to take us down to a safe landing zone, as Mr. Professor Rockström frames it. We had the climate deal hammered out in 2015. We all know that we have not committed enough to reach net zero in time for that, as far as we know. We have 60 countries globally since 2015 that has committed to net zero by 2050. And we have lots of other state actors, municipalities and local governments that also have stated and set their targets clear. In this seminar, we will focus on the private and the public sector, how we can collaborate in reaching this really important target. We'll talk about data, we will talk about transparency, and we will also talk about innovation, of course. This is always key. So we have the first speaker ready from Doconomy. Please welcome Mattias Wikström, the CEO of Doconomy, here up on stage. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. It feels like only yesterday. Mattias Wikström, CEO, co-founder of Doconomy. And I would just like to share with you a little brief introduction to what it is we do and why we do it and how. So the Doconomy journey started with calculating your spending's representation per transaction. So basically making every transaction count both in a monetary perspective and a planetary perspective. So the trade-off was precision, but the gain was massive reach, making use of existing rails. Today we work with product level calculations as well as lifestyle calculations, working together with the UNFCCC. I'm very happy to be here with Business Sweden as well. So, is there an interest? Well, we are today live in many parts of the world, and what we see is that there is tremendous interest picking up, and I think that most of you already today can reference a lot of the surveys and the research being released leading up to COP27. There is no doubt whatsoever that the adult audience of the world today, as well as the even more eager young population of the world, are eager to take climate action. Now, what is climate action? Let's talk about that a little bit later. We also see that there is a greater ambition to reduce your footprint now than prior to the pandemic. Of course, the pandemic was a horrible effect on many individuals and many countries around the world, but it did show that faced with a massive problem, we can take instant action. And coming back to, 86 months, I think that was mentioned just recently around leading up to 2030, it's obvious that we do not have a problem with action, we have a problem with understanding time to action. So we need to have the data-driven, substantiated insights that will help us as a handrail in our everyday behavior in order to change for the better. We do this through digital tools as we want to enable everyone to understand the impact of their lifestyle choices, but also assist them in reducing it too. So we started, as I said, with the transaction-facing impact calculations, but are also moving into spend-based calculations as well as product-level calculations. At the end of the day, you would like to understand this product or that product, what helps to reduce my impact from today to yesterday. During conferences like this, we also, together with our brilliant partners of Kairos, present what we call the 2030 forecast. Real-time emissions data from satellite imagery showcasing, are we on track or are we not? We've done this in Stockholm, we've done it together with them in London, and lately now during Climate Week in New York. This is one way of bringing literacy, climate literacy to the many, and showcasing that at the very center of commerce, showcasing that on digital billboards on Times Square or at Heathrow Airport. But in order to have a starting point, we decided to also develop the lifestyle calculator. What gets measured gets managed, and how can I contribute in a more sustainable way? Working together with the UNFCCC, providing the world with a lifestyle calculator, now live in 120 countries, helping everyone to understand not only the footprint but also the hotspots of your impact. In addition, putting together what we call Restore, which is an advisory in regard of your consumption. How can I choose more mindfully? How can I drive change by the choices I make when I vote with my wallet? So, coming back to behavioral change. I know my footprint, now what? How can you help me become less of an impact, and how can you help me compare to the trajectory of the 2030, the 2050, the peer groups I hang out with, or the local community that I live in? We believe that hope is basically a function of data-driven insights multiplied by action after action after action after action. This formula is easy to say, it's tricky to write, and it's hard to live by. Because you need to have reliable data, you need to have a measurability on the activity that you drive, and you need to do it repeatedly. This is not a one-off thing. This is not something we do once and then we think, okay, now that's concluded, let's get on with it. This is shaping new systems. This is shaping new alliances. This is creating unorthodox partnerships, and we're proud to see many of them happening. The engagement features are probably amongst the most important ones, and we also see our partners having tremendous business results by driving this change of behavior. Banks we work with, for example, 14% of engagement time spent in applications that they provide when they also add a planetary score to the monetary impact. Today we service 40 clients in 25 countries, reaching over 500 million end users. I think it's actually 700. And we are a team of 100. We built this company in 3 years out of Stockholm. We're today also funded by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, set up in Tokyo. We just recently communicated our entry into the US market, supported by local investors in the US. And we're looking at Singapore. Singapore has tremendous traction in regard of what MAS are doing. This is not a one country, one city solution. This is a global language of change, a global language that is comparable so that we can see what needs to be done in relationship to others. We've done it with a few high recognition players. This was at the time probably the largest carbon footprint educational effort ever made, rolling out to 90 million users overnight. When the president of the US stepped out of the Paris Agreement, our banking partner in California urged their clients to step into a personal Paris Agreement to track, measure, and reduce their footprint. The most successful engagement ever by the bank. But this is long term. We need to be here when everyone else is starting to slow down. We need to pick up pace. We're proud to be backed by investors representing both the product side, the transaction side, as well as the capital side of things in different regions around the world. And it all started on a small island situated in the middle of the Baltic Sea, when one little bank wanted to make a more tangible activation around their, at the time called CSR. You might remember that. And it was Ålandsbanken. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much, Mattias Wikström from Doconomy. We have another excellent speaker lined up sitting here in front of me. It's from Kairos, and Christian Lelong, Director of Climate Solutions. Please join me here, and I know this microphone is working, so please take this one.
Thank you so much. So my company Kairos is a startup based in Paris. There's about 150 of us, and we're a geospatial data company. So what that means is we use mostly satellite data, and we figure out what we can learn from it and provide data products to companies and governments. And it's important to remember that there's so many satellites out there in orbit. They're taking pictures, they're looking at radar, they're looking at heat, and they're sending that data back to Earth, and they're waiting for people to make use of it. And so the first environmental application we developed was using a certain type of satellite imagery to look at the emissions of methane. Yeah. And methane is really interesting because it's the second biggest driver of climate change, right after CO2. But you probably haven't heard much about it because nobody was measuring it accurately. The scientists knew it was there. They knew that it came from agriculture and oil and gas and coal, but because it was hard to measure, then companies didn't talk about it, and so nobody really did anything much. And this is a day I remember very well. The first time we created a map of all these large concentrations of methane from oil and gas and coal was a big wow moment. Like, oh, it aligns with what the scientists say, and surprise, it's about 10 times more methane than the oil and gas companies report in their sustainability assessments. So we've been working on this, sharing data with the media, with scientists, with companies, and with governments. And it's the government angle that I find really, really exciting. I'm super, super thrilled that in the US, there's now legislation that is going to penalize methane emissions, applying a $900 a ton cost to emissions starting in 2024. Why is it happening now? Because the US government now can see that they can measure these things independently from the companies. And at a global level, the International Methane Emissions Observatory, which was launched at COP in Glasgow last year, is becoming operational, and they're going to do like a policing job worldwide, and we're going to be one of their data providers. So the policy is leveraging the data to drive climate action on a big scale. The other use of satellite data that we have besides climate impact is climate risk. And I think Kate from Google was alluding to it. Climate risk is more and more present because the climate is changing. So places that were not used to flooding now have floods. Places that had some wildfires now have much, much bigger wildfires, and they're more frequent than before. So you cannot use historical data to say, I'm going to build a factory here, or I'm going to insure residential buildings there, based on historical information. So what we do is we figure out a way of identifying the satellite data that's going to tell us the vegetation here is dry, there's enough to start a fire, but not enough that the fire will die quickly. It's close to human infrastructure because people end up starting most of the fires. And so we create maps of climate risk that an insurer can use to then say, insurance is going to cost this much here, but 20 kilometers to the left is going to cost 3 times as much. And then there's another use for climate data, and this is particularly relevant for investors. And it's about doing due diligence and avoiding greenwashing. You need transparent and independent data to kick the tires and verify the information that is being reported publicly. And if you know voluntary carbon markets, you'll know that there's this big debate about the quality of carbon credits. Some are real, some not so much. And so satellite data lets people in the market, all stakeholders, to do that due diligence independently and make their minds as to whether agriculture in this area is really sustainable. You can look at the deforestation that has happened. and how close was it to a soybean or cattle farming area, and you can see if the trees and the biodiversity of a carbon project are really what the PDF says in the registry. So these are some examples of all the applications of satellite data, and there's more and more use cases coming up every year. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Christian DeLong from Kairos. And I'd like to invite from NRIDE, Christopher Laurel, who is Senior Vice President, Research and Public Affairs. Please give him a warm hand.
Thank you so much, Katarina. My name is Christopher Laurel, and I work for one of the many scale-ups coming out of Sweden, really challenging the way in which we think about the industries and the way in which industries work. And what we have heard during the inauguration here at the pavilion this morning is that we need to think of how we can change not only how particular aspects of systems work, but more particularly how we can think of innovation system-wide. So one of those low-hanging fruits that we have in the sector that we are coming out from is very much related to, let's see if I can get it working. There we are. To the fact that 3 gigatons of emissions is coming out of the road-based transportation system. And this is the lowest hanging fruit we have out of the 40 gigatons that we have in total. So if we can do something about 3 gigatons, we will have an incredible impact throughout the whole industry, but also for the better of the planet. This one? Good. So if you think about how the way in which the system looks like today, it's characterized by 3 things, beyond being unsustainable and being related to 3 gigatons each year. It's also, as it so happens, very harmful. And what this means in numbers that we have talked about, the importance of actually measuring things, is close to 250,000 lives lost each and every year due to NOx pollution. So if you consider 3 gigatons in emissions, and on top of that, 250,000 people dead each year because of NOx pollution, it's also a very inefficient system. So when you go out from the diplomatic zone here in COP27 and you see a truck, the average fill rate of a truck as of today is 50%. So we aren't really using what we are having to the extent that we should. So as we have all these impact tech companies coming out of Sweden taking this system-wide approach, we too have started to think about how we can not only introduce one innovation, but in fact quite a lot. What if we would reinvent the whole sector? What if we would build a transportation system anew? What if we would scrap the legacy system that we are stuck with, that has served us for many, many decades, but doesn't really make sense anymore? How would that look like? So just as a lot of these companies that you have heard from, we take the best that all technologies has to offer. So to start with, what if we connected all the trucks that we have in the system, in the transportation system globally? Today we have an incredible fragmentation, and units aren't really speaking to one another. So if we can do what we have done by using a platform logic in a lot of other sectors, also in the sector of road transportation, what that would enable us to do is essentially to get much higher utilization of underutilized resources. So going from fill rates to 50%, we believe that it would be possible to go up to close to 100. And that would mean that we double productivity in the sector alone. But this is not enough. If we continue by not only using digitalization, but also electrify the world's transports, what we'll be able to do is to have not only an effect on productivity, but we can also have an effect on the 3 gigatons that we talked about before. And that's the most important as we see it. But the future is not only electric and connected, it's also very much autonomous. Because going forward, what we are facing is a huge increase in demand when it comes to transports around the globe. Up until 2050, we're looking at a doubling of the transportation demand. We today have a shortage of drivers. There are 100,000 drivers that we don't have in place in the UK. The figure for the US is 100,000 for 2023, and this goes on and on. So France are looking at the deficit of 45,000, Germany 55,000, and I can stand here all day probably talking about all these deficits that we're seeing. So if we combine connected electric with autonomous while keeping the human in the loop, we believe that we can create a new system, a system that is resilient, that can actually scale as we need more transport in the futures, not less, but doing it in an efficient way that actually reduces the number of vehicles on the roads simultaneously. Wouldn't that be something? So this is how the future looks like. It's connected via smart systems. It's a matter of having electric trucks and really scale the solutions that we have that we can use here today, but also gradually introducing autonomous solutions and increasing complexity over the coming years. We are but one company that are a part of the Industrial Partnership to Sweden. We have heard Heart Aerospace, which is a fantastic of an actor that are doing more or less a similar approach in aviation. And on the water, we have Exshore and Candela. And on the roads, we also have actors like Cake. So if you want to visit the future of transport that uses all the things that we have to use as our point of departure, going back to what Mattias touched upon, data and transparency of data, we can make a lot of magic happen. So with that, let's pioneer the possible and let's do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Christopher Larell from Enride. And the last speaker in the first session here is Darja Isaksson, Director General from Vinnova, and please join me here on stage. And would you like to have the hand microphone or try this one? Yes, it is working. Would you like that one?
Okay, let's see. Testing, testing. Does it make sense, even in the back? Okay, great. Well, this has been truly inspiring to listen, so obviously I have to say a few words to get a chance to be on the panel later, which I look forward to. So what we've been hearing today is that we know we're not yet on track to take our future back. We're not yet on track on a path that opens up opportunities for people, but we are building momentum, and we're seeing so many examples of it today. Science-based targets are maturing in how they become actionable for us as nations, as cities, as organizations, and as individuals. And the reporting is increasingly supported by policy, but it's also being continuously developed. As we heard Johan Rockström mention previously, they're now looking at integrating, developing a carbon law for carbon sinks, but also developing science-based targets for other parts of planetary boundaries, such as phosphor, nitrogen flows, land and soil health, etc., which will be hugely helpful also for companies moving forward. We see that investors, more than ever before, are making their net zero commitments. They're embedding science-based goals into their strategies and their portfolio decisions, but they are also very clearly, not least here in COP, calling for policymakers to deliver ambitious policy that drive further investments. Cities are already driving change on the ground. Engaging citizens is essential for this, using also city planning, electrification, construction, as well as natural climate solutions to pursue net zero goals and make our cities greener, healthier, and more resilient to climate change. Now we hear how the private sector is increasing transparency, not only in scope 1 and 2, but also in scope 3. That's challenging, as we hear, but it is also maturing. And companies are using this mapping also to initiate collaboration cross-sector. As one CEO of a multinational said, my scope 3 is somebody else's scope 1, and there's great opportunities in here as well, not least because multinationals often share geographies and suppliers, so they see a lot of collaboration opportunities there. We heard Alfa Laval and SSAB be one example here today. And now they have concrete plans on how to achieve net zero ambitions. Now, growing numbers of innovative startups and scale-ups, like we see here. We just heard companies describe how they harness data and use analytics and digital tools to empower governments, companies, and individuals so that we can better understand our impacts and take action. We see scale-ups pioneering the possible within existing markets from mobility and food production, but we also see others pushing us to move from waste paradigm to one where waste is a resource and where we are enabling not only pushing down carbon emissions, but actually driving carbon sequestration and storage. So now we have a lot of the solutions we need to transform big parts of society, our energy systems, how we build and manage our homes, how we transport ourselves. A lot can be done with technologies that we have. We see it: renewables, energy efficiency, electrification, data analytics, automation and optimization in every part of a product lifecycle, from design to production and use at the systems level, which I think Einride is a great inspiring example of. Think about how we can optimize also energy grids, mobility systems, and more. Now, other things we need to do to scale fast has to do with behavior changes that could make a big difference. Shifting, reducing food waste, shifting to plant-based diets, having a greener and healthier daily mobility in our life will also make us healthier. And more important opportunities also lie, and I want to highlight it here because we haven't heard enough about it, natural climate solutions, because they are proven in their ability to drive down carbon emissions at a lower cost than often many technology solutions, and they can account for almost 1/3 of the solutions we need. So solutions such as greening cities, restoring wetlands often come with multiple benefits in terms of biodiversity, reduced emissions, and better health. So integrating this also into corporate goals will be a good step moving forward. So what does it take, though, to scale this? A few reflections on that. First, we need to continue this push for increased impact measurement and transparency. We've heard many good arguments for it now, but it's also because what we can measure, we can also act on, and it will make us more effectful. But I find it very inspiring to see that this is not only empowering organizations, but also individuals. One would think that making climate-informed decision might actually be supposed a consumer right? We also need to get better at working at a systems perspective. It has been mentioned, but it means at every level, between countries, at the governance level, national level, companies and individuals. Because we know that, for instance, in the solutions, we need to look for solutions that provide multiple outcomes, preferably solutions that drive down carbon emissions, increase biodiversity, give us health, etc. But at the same time, to make this move faster, we need to address not only the solutions, but the regulatory, the soft side, the policies, both in terms of national or government policy, but also corporate policies. This has to do, for instance, with using our procurement practices as a demand stimulation for the solutions we need. So how we procure through our supply chains or as a public sector can have a huge impact in making the solution scale faster. And last but not least, we need to get citizens engaged, because this is our opportunity for a better life, but it's important that citizens everywhere really can see it and feel it. So how we as organizations engage people matters. Last things, apart from collaborations, leadership. So leading this transformation means walking a path that we have not done before. Transformation of society has happened, but never at this scale and never at this situation with this level of complexity and challenges. That is really, really making it complex. We have to admit, and the pandemic reminded us, that now we have multiple different urgent challenges, and that means that outcomes are very difficult to predict. That means that we're now leading in a time of uncertainty. What does that mean then? It means that we have to keep a clear eyes set on direction, where we need to go, and then have the agility to experiment and try out different ways to get there, and really be willing to take risk on each other in doing so, together, public and private. So my last reflection would be that I personally think that it's worthwhile thinking very closely about the great examples we see, and then from our perspective, from whatever platform we have as leaders, think about how do I walk the talk in the situation I'm in, making it possible for us to talk to our children and future generations and say, we did everything we could as parents, as professionals, and as leaders from whatever platform we are on. So I'm really hopeful when I see this type of collaborations and leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darja Isaksson. And please stay if you'd like to step to this side. And I'd like to ask the other panelists, the previous speakers, to join me here for a panel conversation. And if you find the ambiance, the sound a bit troubling, put on the headphones because they're working now. There's very loud competition from next door. So if you put the headphones on, you will just hear what we're talking about, and you will not hear the lovely, maybe or not so lovely music from next door. So it might be easier for you to concentrate. Just a little tip. So welcome back. You have 4 microphones, so you can please grab one each. And we're going to start talking about, in this first panel, about transparency. And this is, of course, connected to also to the literacy that you mentioned, Darja Isaksson, and leadership. So my first question, I'd like to start with you, Kristoffer. Reporting and transparency, and I know you work a lot on the transparency aspects, and right. It is crucial to reaching the Paris Agreement, but from your business perspective, why is it crucial?
I can tell you a little bit of a story to illustrate what we are seeing in our customer dialogues. A lot of our customers, they are used to essentially getting asked, how many trucks would you like to buy? Would you like 100, 200, 300? Please, if you'd like 400, we can take care of that too. But going in with a completely different approach in these discussions and trying to understand what's the real need that we're looking at and analyzing what number that would actually make sense by using data and also working very transparently. We are in a lot of cases able to actually reduce the number of trucks that is operating within a fleet. So in order for us to be able to make these transitions, there needs to be a business sense to it. And data transparency is really enabling this transition to happen much, much faster compared to how it would look like if we didn't have data and transparency.
Thank you. Turning to you, Christian Long, you gave a great example on the methane measurements, how that transparency there could put pressure on the oil and gas company. Could you elaborate a bit more on what the effects of what your tool can have on transparency, please?
Yeah, so we've seen a huge impact from putting information and making it available to the media. So now when you Google methane and Bloomberg, you'll see a whole range of stories where we share satellite data with journalists. The journalists go and do their investigations, and they find out if the reason was a pipeline that burst or a coal mine that probably could be doing more to reduce the emissions coming out of the underground mine. And regulators sometimes say, hey, nobody reported this to me, maybe I should do an investigation. So for us, the transparency is about helping all actors do the best they can. Otherwise, we're going to be wasting a lot of opportunities for mitigation in particular.
Thank you. I'm going to not pose the same question to you. I'm going to shift the perspective slightly. How far have we come, Darja Isaksson, when it comes, from your perspective, when it comes to transparency and climate action? And what remains to be done? What if you would sort of write a wish list from the Vinnova perspective here?
I mean, the encouraging thing is that many companies volunteer to be increasingly transparent and systematically so, which is very encouraging. We also see policy development in terms of demanding transparency, such as the CDSR regulation proposed by the EU that would help drive it. So in that sense, we are making progress, but actually in that order, voluntary and policy later. There's a lot to be done. We heard a couple of examples. So for instance, if we start having targets set on other planetary boundaries, that's going to be messy for a while. We also see in terms of frameworks and in terms of standards, there are multiple different ones. I think we're going to continue to live with that. So of course there's harmonization work to be done, etc. But I think the most interesting part is all the stuff that has to do with enabling innovation and for others to take action. So and basically I think that in that sense we only just started. I think there's a lot more that we could do, and we could dig into what kinds of data that could be harnessed and shared.
Thank you very much, Darja Isaksson. From the economy perspective, transparency and how far we have gotten. You told your story about Ålandsbanken on the small island that you actually started this journey that you now have embarked quite far on. So how important from your perspective is transparency, and how far have we reached?
I think Darja's last comment is a testament to that story in transparency enabling innovation. Because if transparency can increase and accelerate innovation, of course that is going to be for the benefit of all. I think regulation is picking up, and we see transparency streamlined. Because today, as far as we have gone, we've started talking about transparency. We see some good examples, some thought leaders or lighthouse projects as frontrunners. But the challenge we have is we have the demand side wanting to have consistency, comparability, regulatory approval when it comes into play because it's not yet in play. On the other hand, we have a supply side that is just popping up new ideas and new kind of ways to calculate and measure and calling it transparent and good intentions, of course. But there is no consistency. And in order for transparency to make sense, it needs to be comparable. Otherwise, it's not transparency, it's an opinion. So the greatest value of transparency is comparability. And that, I think, we still remain to see much more of. It will be regulatory driven, but it will probably be accelerated, to your point, by the innovations enabled by transparency to begin with.
Thank you very much. A question to all of you. We can, whoever is quickest can answer. What data are we lacking? What is the major data that we're lacking? Darja, please go ahead. You were fast. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's just, let's just say the technologies also for harvesting data is also increasing a lot in terms of you work with satellite data. We have new types of sensor coming up all the time. So in that sense, there will be so much more types of data coming up. What we know, I'll just give you a few examples. We know that we don't have enough data on oceans. Where we just heard comments on, some historical data is not even relevant now, so we need the real-time data from a number of domains. So, but I also noticed, for instance, on the city level that I talked a lot about, and then it comes to your point about it really needs to be interoperable and comparable. And I think that's where we really miss a lot of data being comparable and interoperable.
Thank you. You were starting, Christian.
Yes, I think from my perspective, sometimes the data is really, great as it is. And for example, in the partnership we have with the economy, we can track industrial emissions with a very granular level of detail. But sometimes the satellites we have a very coarse resolution of 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers. You cannot be exactly sure where exactly these environmental impacts are coming from. And sometimes we don't have the full mapping of the supply chain. So we can see some deforestation happening in an area, but we don't know who is the owner of the fields and where they're sending their grain, and is it happening in the bread that you buy from this or that brand. So the full mapping of the assets and ownership, and sometimes the resolution of the primary data that we process are things that are work in progress. And I would give it maybe 2 years before we have what we need.
Darja, please add.
A reflection on what you're saying is that most countries actually do have data on land, knowing exactly there is data, qualitative data on who owns the land, but it's not available.
It needs to be accessible.
And that varies a lot between countries, to what extent it's actually available as open data. And then another remark I wanted to make was also, we know, and this comes to the problem, so then the scope 3, as soon as you move into scope 3, we know that there are multiple kinds of data that we don't have. But this is an example of the fact that the data is there, but it's not available.
Yes, please.
So I'm going to challenge this a little bit. I think we're never going to hit perfect. It's never going to be like, oh wow, now we have the perfect data set, let's find the perfect tech and do the perfect solution. The only data we're missing today, we have the data, we have the tech, but we don't have the data on how much courage it takes to utilize the tech to get where we need to go. The courage, the data on courage is what's missing.
That's a very good point. We need more courage, absolutely, more guts. Standards. How important are standards in this transition here? I'm looking at you, Christopher. You're sort of Einride is a groundbreaking company, but do you need more standards to facilitate your journey, literally speaking?
Well, I guess this goes back to the balance between innovation on the one hand side and technical standards on the other. Quite recent initiative coming out from the European Union, we will now look at one charging standard going forward. And on the one hand side, that is a political signal that has a lot of value to it, in terms of us not having too many standards. But where we are coming from, we are in a perfect storm. We are not having one technology shift taking place. We have several with electrification, digitalization, 5G, as well as autonomous technology. So finding the balance between enabling a lot of standards to actually become a part of the race until we have foresight into what will actually make sense going forward if we think big and if we think from a global perspective. That balance is really hard to strike, but what we are seeing from our end is that we are going to need temporary standards. So think of standards with sound down clauses to them. If they don't make sense in 2 years, well, let's change them. But in order to get momentum, we will definitely need them.
Thank you very much, Christopher. It looks like Darja would like to add. Yes.
And I think it's from that perspective, standards are actually soft infrastructure. Because if we have standards, then we can build a lot on it. Not just the one who owns that type of data, but anyone can do it. But then to your point also, temporary in the sense of all standards need life cycle management. It's going to be a continuous process of developing them. And as long as there's also transparency on the life cycle. I mean, when you're going to develop something on one standard and you know what's being developed and tested right now in kind of so standardization work is extremely important, and it's one of the things that I think many countries actually could do well in investing much more in, not least in terms of the data that is typically funded by public money, such as the geodata we were talking about previously.
Thank you, Mattias. It looks like you'd like to add. Wonderful.
I love it. I love it because I think transparency is the next and the greatest infrastructure project of the world. When we have transparency as the infrastructure of where we want to go, then we are definitely going to hit the spot. So it's infrastructure, it's not data, it's not tech, it's something that we are building for the benefit of all.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to change the subject here, which is not easy because there's lots to talk about here. And of course, everything is interconnected. But we need to talk a little bit more, dig a bit deeper into the topic of innovation. And of course, I'm sure all of you would agree that the Paris Agreement was highly innovative. We really achieved something there that we now have to follow up on. So we need to be innovative and able to actually deliver on what we innovated in 2015, right? So, which innovations would you say, and I'm not going to start with you, Christopher, because you obviously have an innovation already, but, well, actually Kairos too, so I better turn to Darja here to start. What innovations would you say in terms of solutions are at hand that are not really put to scale yet, put to action, that we really need to sort of just push into a more of a functional mode?
That little list? No, but if I would say one thing, is the innovation in terms of how we actually work. So coming back to the pandemic, being a pandemic as an example of something where we had a joint goal, a mission, we're going to beat this thing. We had action at every level, every country, down to individuals, reprioritization, etc. But one of the reasons we could actually have these vaccines not in 15 years, which is the normal time, but 15 months, had to do with, first of all, the knowledge was there. Long-term investment into research and innovation was there. Second was there was capability among advanced production. But the real key was how it was possible to work in parallel with pushing the new solution and working on the regulatory and the demand side. So this is what also research is telling us. If we want to make a system shift quickly, it cannot be only through a focus on the new solution. It has to be parallelized with stimulating demand and making the regulatory frameworks actually promote the new solutions. So that would be, if I would have to choose one thing, it would be that. But of course there are tons of nanotechnology and other areas in new materials that are essential to actually get where we want.
It's a big
key technologies
flora out there to pick from.
that we also need to push. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So thank you very much, Darja. And when it comes to the public, the responsibility for the public, we mentioned that briefly, and of course that takes us into the topic of procurement again. We talked about this before. We have 800 billion in Sweden that goes into procurement every year, which is a lot of money. Globally, it's mind-boggling, of course. But Christopher, from the Enright perspective, how important is the public and the procurement in your innovation process?
Yeah, well, from our perspective, there is a number of things that I would like to highlight when it comes to the way in which we are working together with public agencies like Vinnova, the Swedish Energy Agency, but also the European Union's Horizon 2020 mechanism. And one example of that is a flagship project, the largest of its kind, called MODI, where autonomous is going to be operated from Oslo in the north down to the continent, and that wouldn't be possible without strong partnerships. So from that perspective, we need to find a balance between, on the one hand side, focusing on innovation at an early stage, but also these scale-up processes where we all need to partner up and work together. And if there is one thing that I really would like to see going forward is new structures that can come in place due to the sense of urgency in scaling these solutions that we do have here and now. A few months back, the Minister of Environment visited Stockholm during Stockholm Plus 50, and the focus was very much about technologies that can be implemented, as Jon Larsson mentioned in his opening remark here today, but also innovations that can be transferable, as well as accelerating the fight against climate action. And I think there are ample of opportunities like the MODI project to really team up and to really scale the innovations that we already have here today.
Well, thank you very much, Christian. Christian, I'd like to turn to you. You have obviously started the company Kairos, and this is a very innovative idea that you work with. What could you share in terms of success factors that actually made it possible for you to scale your innovation and your processes?
I mean, I would say science is super important because we're a small company. We're going to be showing new results, new data sets that haven't been always seen before. And so it's easy for a big company to challenge them and say, well, we have our numbers, you have your numbers, so we'll stick with ours. So it's very important to get the scientific community on board. And we do that by doing peer-reviewed research that gets published in journals, because that is the credibility you need to shift the discussion and get these new data sets accepted by the companies and the regulators, who are the ones who are going to really move the needle. So that for me would be a key lesson for the last 3 years of working closely with researchers.
Thank you very much indeed. From the economy perspective, you said 5 years that you were on this journey, right? What would you say are the success factors in you being able to scale quite rapidly the innovation that was sprung out of the Ålandsbank initiative?
I'd say there's plenty, of course, but if I were to identify one, it would be the fourth pillar that Jon Larsson referred to earlier in opening this. And what this is, the whole event is a testament to, the whole conference, the whole ambition going into this is all about collaboration. We wouldn't be anywhere close to where we are today if we weren't very collaborative in our mindset. And I think that it takes very different routes. So the unorthodox collaborations we've done so far is we have United Nations and MasterCard put their logos next to each other on a credit card. That had never happened before. And that is the kind of new alliances that we need to see shaping a sane form of creative destruction, where you step out of your comfort zone and you find somewhere else much more comfortable, but for the all. And collaboration, it's second to none to us, I would say. Of course, we have the best data, we have the vetting, external vetting, we have the collaboration with governments and by NGOs and with companies and trusted by banks and so forth, all fine. Collaboration is the most important tool in our toolbox, and if there is anything that I would like the economy to be recognized for, is that we are probably the best partner to collaborate with.
Well, thank you very much. And Isaksson, of course, you have a black belt in this from being from Vinnova that facilitates collaboration and connected with innovation. From people watching this, I mean, this is a global broadcast. What would you say is the most important to enable collaboration on climate action?
Trust.
Trust?
So trust is
Short and
always the
sweet
mo-
trust, yeah.
So
Mhm.
creating a space where you can have these different perspectives. There's also always different perspectives, different interests, different disciplines, different competencies, and the leadership that can create that kind of trustful space, because these are collaborations where you take risk together. So.
Would anybody like to add? Your best, I mean, you shared.
Well, I
but-
think
yeah,
collaboration had is risk reduced.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's what it comes down to.
And that's
it's
where
all-
trust comes in, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
and trust accelerates. So I think that's where we need to build.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like for you to conclude and just give some thought on who would you like to put together in a room during the COP here? Could be any room, could be anywhere here during the COP, to sort of tighten this a bit, to make this process of innovation, transparency, in reaching the net zero targets quickly enough. From each of your perspectives, who would you like to sit down together and talk about this? We are here now in this room, but you can go for Biden, you can go for anybody. Basically, we need to see the bigger scheme here. Who needs to talk more and more in depth? Christopher.
Well, I guess from my perspective, I would like to have a lot of people in the same room, not one particular individual, because all these technology shifts that we are seeing now is creating a lot of different approaches, which is a good thing. But when these approaches is turned into legislation, we might end up in the same situation where we always end up in, having a framework in the European Union, having a framework in the US, and so on and so forth. So actually using the sense of urgency that we have in the world now, in combination with all the fantastic things that technology can enable, together with truly global frameworks for how we should understand how we can scale these technologies at speed, that would be fantastic. So probably I'm thinking of the whole COP27.
So this is a room, and we're all in it, right? Yeah. Well, that's a good picture. Christian.
If I could choose a room, I would take a small room for maybe 10 people. I would invite the heads of the EPA in the US, Europe, China, Japan on one side.
Environmental Protection Agencies.
Yes.
Yes.
Because for me, regulators are key. And then across the table, I would put people from NASA, the European Space Agency, a couple of scientists. And the point is so that regulators understand that there's so much more they can do now in terms of the ambition of environmental policies. And they need to understand what those potential capabilities are. And so bring the scientific community and regulators talking to each other. And maybe one seat for me to moderate.
Ah, excellent. Darja Isaksson, please.
Yeah, no, but I think you said it more eloquently and more concrete. But on an average level, I would say I want all policymakers, and I guess to some extent I include myself, but especially the top level, to listen to the most ambitious front runners.
Yes.
And those are the ones with the answers on what we can do and what we should be doing, and listen maybe less to incumbents.
Great, I like that very much. Thank you very much. Mattias.
I think out of a personal luxury perspective, I would choose my daughter, because I travel so much I hardly see her. But if I were to take someone that I think could drive change in a substantial way, I would take Putin or Astrid Lindgren. Astrid Lindgren, a great author in Sweden, to be able to shape the narrative we need, because we need a new narrative. We can't apply an old narrative on new tech, on new insights, on new demands. And we can't have old political structures and waging war when we have a planet to save.
Well, thank you very much, Mattias. Thank you very much, Darja Isaksson. Thank you very much, Christian and Christopher, for sharing your insights here on this topic. It's a wide, big topic, but we need to constantly circle around it and do deep dives in order to push forward, right? So best of luck at the COP from all of your perspectives. And again, thank you for coming to the Swedish Pavilion opening. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
And this concludes the inaugural official opening of the Swedish Pavilion. Thank you for joining us here today. And there will be fantastic programs here every day. So don't forget to join us here and
let's take a deeper look into what we need to do and what is already being done and how we can do it together and pioneer the possible. Thank you very much.
En, två, en, två. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Det syns stapeln där. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hey, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Audio test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Det är svårt för mig att höra, avgöra. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okej, sådär. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Den är redan på noll.
Testa bit.
Jag kan plus 6.
Gå för det. Go for it. Okej, jag hör ingenting från live-viewn när jag lyssnar på den hörlursingången. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Nu har ni inget ljud. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nu har de ingenting. Audio... Ja men decimeter. Okej, nu då. Nu testar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Är det fortfarande superdissat? Okej. Det fräser lite. Ett, två, tre. Ja, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Audio test. Audio test. Jag kan inte höra. Testing. Dra upp den till någon. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. One, two, three, four. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yes. Audio test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, det ska vi göra. Detsamma.
Jaha hörni, välkomna till den här lilla, jag vet inte, presskonferens kanske att ta i, men lilla intryckta mötet mellan alla andra möten där vi tänkte säga några ord om vad vi egentligen har gjort och vad vi tänkte göra de kommande timmarna och de kommande dygnen ska vi säga också här. Så att jag och Sveriges chefsförhandlare Mattias Frumerie, vi rapporterar alltså från FNs klimatmöte här i Sharm el-Sheikh. Och den har inletts nu idag och den pågår fram till den 18 november. Och på plats här är också andra stats- och regeringschefer, många företrädare för näringslivet, inte minst det svenska näringslivet, och väldigt många organisationer och civilsamhällesföreträdare. Och under dagen så har jag då deltagit på det officiella, formella öppnandet och sen lett ett runda bordsamtal tillsammans med Kenias president om den rätt specifika frågan och underskattade frågan om livsmedelsförsörjningen i världen som både påverkas av klimatförändringar och i sig påverkar klimatsituationen, men där inte minst också Rysslands krig i Ukraina skapar förfärliga konsekvenser just nu på många ställen. Jag har också haft en del givande bilaterala samtal mellan varven. Bland annat träffade jag Storbritanniens alldeles nyvalda premiärminister Rishi Sunak här för en stund sedan. Efter den här pressträffen så tänkte jag hålla Sveriges nationella anförande inne i den stora salen. Där jag dels kommer betona både hur bråttom det är att ställa om och få ner utsläppen, men också vilka möjligheter som finns när man gör allt detta. Vi gör det för att vi måste, men vi gör det också för att vi vill. Och att det finns stora möjligheter för de länder och de företag som tar på sig ledartröjan i det här arbetet. Jag kommer ju naturligtvis särskilt lyfta många svenska företags helt avgörande roll i vårt nationella, men därmed också internationella klimatarbetet. Det är den första viktiga punkt för mig. Näringslivet och politiken måste gå hand i hand. Näringslivet är en viktig miljörörelse både i Sverige och många andra länder. Det är om näringslivet fullt ut bejakar möjligheterna som finns i detta som någonting kommer att hända på bredden. Det andra jag kommer nämna det är att allt det fokus som nu finns på krishantering, på kriget i Ukraina, det är rätt och riktigt på alla sätt. Men det måste tvinga oss att kunna ha två tankar i huvudet samtidigt. De långsiktiga frågorna om klimatomställning är inte mindre viktiga för att Ryssland för ett förfärligt krig i Ukraina. Den tredje frågan är energipolitiken. Klimatpolitik börjar och slutar med energipolitik. Det går inte att frikoppla dem från varandra. Och den fjärde frågan är att fler regioner borde göra som EU och sätta ett pris på koldioxidutsläpp. Det är en helt avgörande fråga på lång sikt att hela världen borde ha prislappar på koldioxidutsläpp för att tvinga fram minskningar. Allra sist, jag tror att Sverige och svenska företag har mycket att visa upp. Det syns inte minst här, bokstavligt talat. Många av våra företag ligger i framkant med att ta fram klimatsmarta lösningar, både på varor och på tjänster, som i sin tur både kan exportera och som driver på omställningen globalt. För det måste ske i Sverige, det måste ske globalt. Forskningen är helt entydig. Vi måste öka takten för att minska utsläppen. Sverige ska bli klimatneutralt allra senast 2045. Och jag kommer uppmana mina kollegor i salen att slå oss med häpnad och försöka nå det målet före oss. I de här förhandlingarna så är det alltså EU som för vår gemensamma talan, vår gemensamma röst. Och EU ska fortsätta visa ledarskap i klimatomställningen och visa att det går att förena tillväxt och välstånd med minskad klimatutsläpp. Ett tydligt sådant steg var ju EUs beslut att förbjuda nyförsäljning av fossila bilar från 2035. En annan viktig fråga för EU på det här mötet är ju att besluta om arbetsprogrammet för utsläppsminskningar som ger länder både möjligheter att samlat utbyta goda exempel men också möjlighet att trycka på för höjda ambitioner. Och med det, och inte minst med den övergången, lämnar jag ordet vidare till dig, Mattias. Varsågod.
Tack så mycket statsministern, och som statsministern redogjorde för så är det från EUs sida den mest centrala frågan på det här mötet just att få ett beslut om det vi kallar arbetsprogrammet för utsläppsminskningar. För om det just ska kunna hjälpa oss att få ytterligare kraft i det globala arbetet och kunna lyfta fram just de möjligheter som vi ser i det globala klimatarbetet och vad det ger i termer av nya jobb och ekonomisk tillväxt. Men vi har ju också några andra frågor som mötet kommer att präglas av, och det är framförallt 3 frågor som jag skulle vilja lyfta fram då. Det är klimatanpassning, där många utvecklingsländer upplever att vi talar allt för mycket om utsläppsminskningar och därmed också behöver lägga mer fokus på klimatanpassning, hur vi kan skapa mer motståndskraftiga samhällen. Det andra frågan är det som vi inom förhandlingarna kallar skador och förluster, alltså det som konsekvenserna av till exempel väderrelaterade katastrofer. Vi har sett översvämningar i Pakistan, vi har sett stormen Ian i Florida alldeles nyligen. Och det kommer också då prägla mycket av diskussionerna vid mötet, och inte minst frågan om hur man ska kunna finansiera återuppbyggnaden efter den typen av katastrofer. Och den tredje frågan som jag skulle lyfta fram också är klimatfinansiering bredare, där ju finns vi utvecklade länder redan 2009 utlovade att vi från 2020 fram till 2025 skulle bidra med $100 miljarder per år för att stötta utvecklingsländer i deras klimatarbete. Vi har inte lyckats med det, och därmed så kommer det finnas också fortsatta förväntningar på oss att vi ska leverera den finansieringen. Men vi kommer också prata om det nya finansieringsmål som ska sättas för perioden efter 2025. Vi lyckades igår anta dagordningen för hela mötet. Det kanske låter lite banalt att vi lyckades anta dagordningen, men det var följt av ganska omfattande förhandlingar. Och vi satte då också en dagordningspunkt just om finansiering avseende skador och förluster. Men vad vi inte lyckades få med på dagordningen från EUs sida var en punkt just om omställning av finansiella flöden. Och här kan vi ju se att det är en besvikelse från EUs sida att vi inte lyckades få med övriga parter på en ansats att kunna hitta ett format i den här kretsen för att prata just om den omställning av finansiella flöden som vi ser behovet av för att kunna snabba på omställningen, både då vad gäller klimatanpassning och vad gäller att öka takten i utsläppsminskningarna. Tack.
Tack för det.